Martin! Hey, buddy. You were missed last stream, my friend. How are you? Oh, I need to clean my glasses. Ugh. Yeah, somewhere. How are you, buddy? How's your project coming along? Yeah, I needed to go to the vet yesterday. Oh, what happened, man? Hopefully everything's okay. Hello, I need to sleep now. Hey, what's going on? I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing pretty good. I think we might be getting close to getting ready to pose this sucker and detail him up and stuff like that. I'm doing pretty good. It's Friday, so today will be a normal stream. But once after a few minutes, I kind of wanted to let everybody know that I'm going to be going back to a 3-hour stream starting next week because I picked up a really big memorial statue gig that's like, and those are always just near and dear to the client you're working with. And I want to devote as much time to it as possible. So I'm going to be starting that next Monday. But what I'll do is I'll come in, I'll stream in the morning like usual, but then right around noon I'll stop and then I'll dedicate the remainder of my day to get it because it's a true likeness as well. And once I get it to where I want it, then I'll showcase it. But yeah, you have something cool to show me? Show me! Show me what you got! Show me what you got! I'm moving that. I'm going. Linda! Sorry. Oh, hell yeah. Look at this. Yeah, new Twitch profile. Yep. New everything profile because I wanted to get a consistent vibe going. Love the anatomy study. Very cool. Yes. Yes. Woohoo! This is looking good, man. This is looking really, really good. My cat puked the whole night, so basically she wasn't eating and drinking for, I think, more than 24 hours. Luckily, she's way better now. Oh, that's so awesome. I'm glad she's better. That is very hard and difficult when your animal is just sick like that. So I'm really sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that your kitty's doing better. Well, thank you. So, how's your day? My day's going good. My day's going good. Yep. I was like, I need a new profile pic, and I've had that one actually for a little while. But luckily, I still look like that. It's just a little bit longer hair. You want to make Venus? Nice. Yeah. Well, Martin, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad everything's going well, buddy. All right, let me get my glove on. Glove it up. But yeah, so next week, I'll make an announcement in Discord officially, but next week it's going to be just 3-hour streams, so then I could focus on this memorial statue. Well, it'll be about 3 to 4 weeks on this project, because likenesses are always so hard to get, and they take time. So, but, depending on, like I said, depending on what the client wants, once it's done, I'll be able to share that progress with you guys. Because, you know, I like sharing that stuff. Anyway, all right, let's get to this. So today, Sub-Zero. So I figured out the pose I want to get with him. And he's a standalone statue, so I want him standing there, all epic-like, with a skull and spinal cord in his hand. So before I start getting into cloth detailing, I want to sculpt the skull and the spinal column. And I want to do it from scratch, because that's also going to... We're going to get a semi-realistic, so that way it can actually kind of also go towards the likeness. I'm going to need the teeth, so I might as well build a set of teeth at the same time. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Cool, you've been playing some old school RuneScape for the first time. Oh, they had a big project for a memorial. Yeah, the project is huge. I think what they're going to want to do with it is... I think they want it cast in bronze. So... And it's going to be difficult to pull that one off because it's it's basically there's two things. There's a vehicle, there's a motorcycle involved, and then of course the full likeness of the person. So it's a big deal, and being able to have that cast is going to be crazy. So I'm going to have to really work with some stuff, but it's still going to be, as sad as it is for the purpose it is, it's still going to be a very cool, fun project to work on. So I'm excited that they felt that I had the chops to pull it off. And I can't wait. I actually can't wait to do it, because that'll also open doors for me to be able to showcase that I could do big monuments like that, which is also another aspect of being a statue maker, is making statues. Morning, Ninar! So it's a good opportunity. I'm going to take it. All right. So real quick, let's turn on Preview AO because I want to see all my details. Bloop. Let's go 20. Beautiful. All right. We're going to kind of put him off to the side right about here. I'm going to stamp him. Let's grab a sphere, make Polymesh 3D, and then let's start working on getting a skull ripped up, which will be fun. And I'm going to get some anatomy real quick for this. So it's actually been a while since I sculpted a human skull, so this will be fun. Let's get a pure riff going. And I think it's Mortal Kombat, so I'm thinking might get a little gory with it, and have like only the top jaw. I don't know, we might make the bottom jaw too, but here, let's grab this guy, anatomy. Bloop. A good human skull chart. And a couple variations. It's nice to have differences of each one. And then let's get like a decent 3/4. Yeah, something like that. What if you get hired from your state to make a statue of a historic figure or landmark? That would be amazing. That would be so cool. You know, and that's the thing. I mean, there are other aspects of using or being a digital sculptor that, you know, extend beyond games and VFX and animation and toys. Like, there's definitely, I applied for being a mint maker, which is essentially somebody who sculpts coins. I applied for that job, although I was told I didn't qualify for whatever reason when I applied for it. That's okay. But yeah, there are definitely a lot of different opportunities, which is pretty cool. So, and then let's also go human spinal cord. Spinal column actually would be the right term. But also, would the subject be some old white dad? Depends on the historic monument, right? Okay. Here we go. Spinal column. All right, so there we go. But yeah, it's a project I was excited came across my desk, and happy to dive into it. Although I am a little nervous, you know, want to always present your best. I feel like nerves help guide you, right? Are you going for an MK9 X-ray effect? No, I'm going for a Mortal Kombat 2. He's going to be holding the skull and spinal cord in his hand, and they'll be bloodied. So it's going to be like ripped. It's almost like, you know, when they like rip the heads off. It's going to be something like that. Yeah, this should be enough info. All right, let's get to it. Yeah, I did a lot of basic research for this. So I went back and played some Mortal Kombat 2. Went back and like watched a bunch of YouTube videos. So that's what I say. Research. Yeah. Okay. Why is that being weird? It's already giving me a funkies. Bloop. Alright, let's go ahead and What the heck? Okay. Oddly enough, this is actually not cutting symmetrical. It's giving me really interesting lines. So let's back this all the way up to the beginning. There we go. Let's make sure that's right in the center. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. There we go. All right. And let's actually do 64. So yeah, I did fun research. There we go. Let's keep it low. And we're just gonna get the shape of it. This is gonna be so much easier. Did you guys watch the Zbrush announcement for 2021.6? I can't speak today. Cause holy hell. What a game changer. Yeah. Nah, oh my gosh. Dude. Okay. Basically, it's going to change everything. It's going to change your pipeline. It's going to change everything you think about. And I'm going to try my best not to oversell it. But basically, like, here I am trying to get a skull, right? And so I want to get the shape of the skull. So I have to basically come here and start, you know, tweaking and manipulating this to get kind of that nice shape. And then I'll have to, like, duplicate and you know, and kind of just get that shape going. But if I want a shape of a human skull, there's like 8 brushes and all of them are important. But here, I'll just share that real quick so you can see it for yourself, because I shared it on Twitter. But essentially, you will be able to just balloon mesh. You'll be able to draw a mask over the shape that you need. So check this out.
New brushes that are called mesh from mask.
Look at this.
I'm going to start with mesh balloon. So all I did was draw out a mask, and whatever that mask is, I am getting now that shape from the mask.
So, yeah, that's like the biggest brush on my list right now. That's going to be amazing. It comes out Tuesday. So, like, instead of trying to sit here and, like, get a skull and manipulate, or even bring a reference in and then get that shape brought in there, I'm actually going to be able to just kind of bring in my reference if I need it real quick, especially if I'm going anatomically correct, and make that mask and get that shape as fast as possible. Blocking out characters, blocking out from concepts, all that's going to get a lot easier. So that's number one. Holy shit, that makes it so much easier, yeah. I like how he didn't rotate the camera when he did that. Yeah. Yeah, that's number one. The second thing is Extract Project, I believe the brush is called, where you're able to basically make shapes on the fly on any object, any surface, and it will wrap to that surface. But also it uses the live Boolean properties, so you can do additive or subtractive applications on the fly to get shapes quickly, which I'm already excited. And the first thing I saw was like, or thought of was like, let's build a mech suit. So immediately I was thinking, like, the first thing they showed off was actually layering of like clip art style, but I was like, build a mech suit. And then Paul Gabriel was like, here's a mech suit that I built off of 80% of the new brushes. I'm like, oh my God. Like, it's just that, it's that much easier. So yeah, there's a bunch of little things like that have happened, and those two in particular are going to be my favorite. Then they're adding the lazy mouse feature to the select and mask features, so you can get cleaner details. So yeah, there's just a lot. There's literally just a lot. Yeah, it duplicated the geo behind, but I'm not sure if anyone noticed that. No, he did. It did duplicate the geo behind, and he did talk about it does work with symmetry, and it does work with the center of the world. But even still, even if it duplicates beyond that spectrum, it's just a quick delete and you're done. You know, just being able to get the proportions and the volumes out the gate quicker that's already kind of the holy shit factor, so to speak. So that's a big one right there, in my opinion. That's just huge. Yeah, the mesh project is sick too. Yeah, a little more like real life when you add clay to sculpt or something. Yep. Balloon mesh messes with my head because of the gynecological terms associated with those two words. Oh, okay, yeah. I get it now. I'm probably the only one who has that issue. Yeah. It's, yeah, just thought it was... Yeah. When I saw him rotate, be like, whoops. Go back to side view. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're still tweaking it. You know, nothing is perfect out the gate. But, you know, again, it's like time and money, right? For me, it's like, oh, if this takes less time to get to that shape as quick as possible, yeah, it's definitely going to be worth it. But like I said, like here, I'm like trying to get a skull going, and I have to start from a sphere. You take that sphere, you can bring a profile of the skull in, get the main profile shape ballooned out, and then just start detailing right away. I think it's going to get people's projects there faster instead of what I'm currently doing, which is nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, kind of like go with the times approach. So, then they also showed what everybody said was basically A-Cube's birthday. They showed new curve brushes that actually Mr. Zbrush himself, Alan Offer, showed off, which was amazing in that own right. They're basically like concept brushes where you could just start dragging, pulling, and get shapes quickly, you know. So cool stuff like that. A lot of good stuff. I know there's some bug fixes and tweaks that are applied, but they didn't cover that. So overall, no, it's gonna be great. So basically, oh hey, what's up, Spire? Hey J Crew, how you doing? Yeah, the new snake hook brushes were cool too, absolutely. Yeah, so at the end of the day, next week I'm gonna be covering a lot of that stuff in my warm up before I actually get to work. So come next week, see what's happening. I show off. I'm hopeful. They said it'll be released on Tuesday, but I think that's going to be like Tuesday in the afternoon, like they tend to do. So Tuesday might be one of those things where I'm not showing it off, but every other day I will be. I'm also going to cover some YouTube videos on it as well, so it'll be fun. Oh yeah, the cute curly brush. Yep. I wonder what Blender and Maya will do to compete. Wonder. I know, yeah. That's the thing, man. I mean, you know, the companies have had nothing but time to start like really pushing their software. So it's nice to see that Pixelogic is really up in their game and bringing stuff to the market. I mean, they literally changed my pipeline overnight. As soon as they showcased that, I was like, I'm doing things differently starting next week. Which is insane to me. I didn't think that was actually going to happen. Like, I didn't assume that that's what would happen. But that's what's going to happen, so I'm excited about it. Dude, WandaVision is so good. Have you been watching it? I'm caught up, except for today's episode. I'm not caught up with today's episode. So I am caught up. And yes, it's freaking amazing. Let's go ahead and get this brush. Let's see. Yeah, Maya isn't really for sculpting though. It has many functions that Zbrush does. Absolutely. Yeah, Maya Blender is a classic 3D software. Meanwhile, Zbrush is sculpting software. You can't really compare that. Yeah, well, I think a lot of people like to compare the Blender and the ZBrush, but yeah, I've always said that Blender's kind of its own little animal. It's mostly apples to oranges. But I think this was also kind of a flex for ZBrush to sit here and say, like, this is the reason why we're the industry standard for sculpting, hands down, and we're going to continue to be that for some time. So, yeah. It's not a fair comparison. That's why I don't usually compare it. But yeah. What you can do for Blender sculpting is nowhere near what you could do in ZBrush, in my opinion. Yeah, I think 21.6 is going to change my workflow. It's already, yeah. You changed your image. You're modeling while you model now. Yeah, baby, yeah. Come on, man. Yep. I gotta stay relevant. Gotta stay sexy. Got that image now, bro. Alden, hello. Blender has got up to its performance before you can even compare the two. Wait, Blender has got to up its performance. Okay, I misread that. Yes, yeah. But again, Blender was always the you could do everything here and we're free method. And I love that, and it works for a lot of people. It just doesn't work for me, you know, but for what their goal is, it's fantastic. And I can't wait for them to continue forward with whatever it is they're doing. And they do have people who worked for Pixo or have developed for Pixo on their team. So it's not like they're slacking. They just have a different direction. And I think it's more relevant. It's more evident now that their direction is different. Where before, I think people were really thinking that they were trying to just be the next Zbrush or something. And I don't think that's the case. You know? And I think as artists, we can't look at it that way either. We have to kind of look at it like, you know, we have to look at it as it's another tool, not, oh, I'm going to change my entire life for this. Like, I kind of disagree a little bit with, like, Flip Normal's approach on their current videos. I'm not to talk crap or anything, but they are developing switch completely over to Blender from ZBrush. And I think that's a little counterintuitive if you're just sculpting. But if you need something that's relevant and you need something that's going to get you there as quickly as possible on a budget, Blender is perfect for it. So I think as artists, we have to like kind of stop comparing the two. Yeah, for people like me, Blender is God. Exactly, yeah. And it works great, you know? And that's exactly what it should be, you know? But over time, like if you get really good at sculpting, Blender may become a hindrance over time, where ZBrush might be the thing you want to step up to. But that doesn't mean that you've wasted your time, because you spent that time getting that knowledge and getting that experience, and that's the important part. I think that's the part that people are missing, is getting that experience. Get it however you can, but then find something that works for you, and then eventually, if you need to move into a different software, you know, do it. You don't need money to get programs. That's all true. For learning, anyway. Exactly, yeah, exactly. What is up, Smokey? What's happening, buddy? Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, no, ZBrush is, their new update is going to change a lot for a lot of people. And it's already changed a lot for me, and I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I think it's great, and I can't wait to see what else comes next. But I am expecting there to be some bugs and issues that will occur. People will find, you know, ways to break it. I know I test I test ZBrush all the time, and there are clearly things that could be fixed, but for what it does, it's a great program. All right, clip curve. Boop. Kind of smooth that out a little bit. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to watch that still. Oh yeah, Kana, you're gonna love it. Also, shout out to Kana. Hello, Kana. Not the much sculpting potato. Learning anatomy. Nice, man. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, we're making a skull for our Sub-Zero friend here. So we're gonna need to kind of trim that back there, get that cut as such there. And then let's see, this kind of gets, this has like kind of a weird little shape right back this way. So kind of gets pushed up a bit. Yeah, I feel like Zbrush is going to push hard to own the front end of the pipe. Yeah, model, sculpt, retopo, and texture. Oh. Yeah, exclamation. Ah. Oh, nah. Should be something like that. Yeah. Sorry, I was munching a bit of lunch. No problem. Yeah, you guys got to check out Kana. She does amazing stylized sculpts. Super fun, super amazing, talented artist. You guys got to hang out with her. Oh, I did it wrong. When you gonna make Scorpion 2? Actually, I am gonna make Scorpion 2. Doing the classic version of Sub-Zero. And then, yeah, we're gonna be doing Scorpion as well. Maybe not right away, just because I have a couple other projects I want to do. Haven't decided. I picked up a memorial statue piece. That's gonna take me some time. So maybe we will move right into Sub-Zero. I mean, to Scorpion after Sub-Zero, just to like have something fun. But these will be individuals for sure. Maybe we'll just do that. Maybe we'll just move straight into it, because the memorial statue is gonna take like 3-4 weeks. Yeah. Oh, you're fine, Nina. You're fine. So yeah, figure the trailer got me all excited, so we got to do this piece. But yeah, kind of go watch the it's like an hour and a half. Yeah, go watch the presentation. You'll love it. Your mind will be blown too. This is the update where if people say I'm gonna wait on the update, I'm gonna be like, you really shouldn't. You should really like update, because it's gonna be amazing. It's a game changer in my opinion. Not to oversell it in any way, shape, or form. You like the new image? Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to... I needed a new image that I think worked a little bit better. I've actually... it's a little bit of an older photo, but I feel like it's okay because I still look like it. I just have longer hair now. The only difference. Okay. I'm kind of trying to... I want to look at the skull as a little bit pushed more towards realism than stylized, but we'll still keep the Mortal Kombat vibe. Do a relax smooth real quick. Let's kind of get that going. And rebranding, exactly. Yep. Got to put my best foot forward, or in this case, my face. Okay. We're going to go ahead and kind of make sure that the skull itself, they're not like, it's not a flat forehead. It is round. So we got to kind of push that all back to make sure that's rounding out correctly. I need to focus on branding. Yeah. Okay, got to finish up with chores. Go finish up with chores! Thanks for the lurk. Alright, we got Stream Raiders to focus on. So we'll do that in 2 seconds. There we go. Alright. So we got this funky, ugly skull happening right now. Let's go ahead and save the skull part itself. So let's go to Sub-Zero statue. And we're going to call this just human skull 01. Perfect. All right, let's do Stream Raiders. Bloop. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right, easy peasy, right? We're just gonna murder these guys. It's funny, this game runs at 30 frames per second. I don't know if you can see that in that corner. No, you can't. Interesting. I have my graphics card telling me how much frame rates I'm dropping on some of this stuff. It's a solid 30, which isn't bad. I don't think the game was designed to go much higher. Get him! Go get him! There we go. Yeah, RTX 2080, 30 frames per second, solid. Exactly. Yeah, there we go, guys. Easy. All right. Oh yeah, I get to place bombers. Nice Cardi. Banger. There you guys go. Let's go with the mystery. Let me place my bombers. It's a Buster. Where are you? There he is. So the bombers, I think you definitely want to stay away from those guys. Range. Do I not have a bomber? Should. Maybe that's what they mean, Buster. No. Okay. Oh well, we'll figure that out next time. There we go. All right. You know, it could have been too, Martin. It could have been capped to my graphics card output since I stream at 30 frames per second. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know anymore. Okay, cool. Let's actually go ahead and this gets pushed up like such. Yeah, probably. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, Lincoln. All right, now his jaw's a little small, so we need to push that out. There we go. Hey, they have Ryu and Chun-Li in Fortnite now. That's awesome. Nice. Oh, speaking of which, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. I forgot to show you all. Let me put this over here for a second. Check this out. Okay. Still work in progress. But here is Chun-Li's upper body. The head fit perfectly. The tummy fit perfectly. I know it's a little hard to see because of the type of resin it is. I posted pictures in Discord. But 3 pieces so far glued together work out perfectly. And then because of the size of it, I'm actually having to do mixed media. And so I have, right now, under FDM, I have Vega's legs and the starting point of the wall. And then I'm thinking about resin smoothing this out just so it's smooth and it all looks uniform after I get all the pieces sent out. But this printed really well as well. So, and then I have her legs that should have finished last night in my resin printer. And then I'm going to print his upper body. So hopefully in the next couple days, I shall have it all finished. And then I'll be on my Patreon. So there is that. Really liking this. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, so I'm really, really excited about that. That came out really well. Actually, everything fit snugly, but kind of loose a little bit. Where there was enough play for the glue that you put in there, but there was enough space that when I put it in, it didn't ooze out. So that was nice. But yeah, I can't wait to showcase this up. But I think based on how heavy this is versus how heavy this piece is, this is already, even though it's FDM at 40% infill, this is already heavier than this. So I think the mixed media is going to work really, really well too. I can print on my Saturn if you want. If one in resin. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm going to try a few things, but I might take you up on that offer for sure. But yeah, it's coming out really, really well. I usually also shrink things down a little bit for testing, just because if you shrink something down and then it prints, usually things get out of alignment. So I usually shrink it down a little bit, and it's working out pretty well. But this case, I left it pretty solid. But I'm also trying the resin smoothing. Uncle Jesse for the win on that one. So it's looking good. It's a lot of work to clean up. Is it a lot of work to clean up supports? On FDM, yes, it's a little bit of a pain. But like anything, a little bit of TLC goes a long way. You do lose more detail. But I printed this at 0.12 millimeter layer height, which is pretty good to capture a lot of good detailing. And then a little bit of light sanding. You can't see it. I don't think you can. Let me see one. Let's go back here. Let me see this. Okay, maybe you can see it a little bit, but you can see some of the detail within the FDM print. Some of the wrinkles. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's going to take a little bit of love, that's for sure. There we go. How much is too much support? How much is too much support? With FDM, there's no such thing as too much support, because you really got to make sure that each layer lines down. But I would say you don't want to entrap your part around supports either if you can help it, and sometimes that's hard. So I would say use Prusa Slicer. They're really good with the supports, and Kura is as well, but I recommend Prusa over Kura. Their supports are pretty good, and they do a great job auto-generating it. The thing to remember is if you can print flat on FDM, do so. But in this case, because I had a key, which you can't see at the bottom, but there's a key slot for the wall, I actually printed this at an angle, at like a 35-degree angle, which will provide the best strength tensile as well. So, but don't be afraid to use supports, because you really can't go wrong on FDM with supports. It just, you will spend a lot of time cleaning it up. And that's the thing to remember is, you know, you'll spend a long time cleaning it up, but it is worth it. Looks good for FDM. Yeah, it is. It's pretty nice. I have some jewelry files. It's PLA Plus that I'm using, which I think works best as well over PLA Natural. But I mean, PLA's, it's good. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the results on that. Yeah, I'll do that. You're using Kura PLA Plus. Oops, you're using Kura. Yeah, Kura's still good. What I find, Prusa Slicer, if they have a profile built for it, which mine does, they have the Ender 3 Pro, it works almost flawlessly. I was using Kura for a little bit, and I was noticing that it was putting a weird load, and I was getting some funky layer line skips during long prints, and I thought my machine was out of whack, so I went ahead and, you know, ran it through. Like, I got some, like, you're gonna want to get some of this for your rails. I got some heavy silicone lubricant. Get this stuff. This stuff is really amazing when cleaning rails. And it still was giving me layer line issues. So I moved to Prusa Slicer, went away. So yeah, I use an extra blade or snips. Yeah, exactly. I also have a pair of snips as well. You have to. Snips, blades, I even have a toolkit, etc. So yeah, lots of fun stuff. Okay, yeah. But yeah, when it comes to FDM, look, you're going to run across the thing called FDM friendly. That means that it can print without supports. But that, in my opinion, that shouldn't be the overall goal. The FDM printers print amazing. Yes, you're wasting materials when you're using supports, I guess. But if you get a good, clean, solid print out of it, don't be afraid to use supports. Supports are great. And the smoothing is a solvent to melt the material. Actually, PLA smoothing, vapor smoothing, it's what it's called, doesn't work as well as it would with ABS. But what I'm using now is I'm literally using UV resin, just like you would get, you know, like your resin FDM printer, and then you just kind of brush that on. You sand it down as best you can, and you brush that on, and then it just fills in the lines, and then you cure it, and then you do like 1 or 2 layers, and it's great. It comes out amazing. It's not wasting if it's just in the print. Exactly. Yeah, it really isn't. Because, you know, think about it. With resin, you're also using supports. And so you factor in how much support resin gets used. You know. At the end of the day, supports, in my opinion, are the necessary evil that gives you the best results. For PLA specifically, I mean. Oh, I see. But, yeah, here's Uncle Jesse's video on smoothing. Yes, yeah, he has a bunch of stuff. Let's see, load it. Of course, it's not gonna load. Yes, yep, this is the one. Yeah, he's just using, yeah, the UV resin to smooth, which is great. ABS, ABD? ABS can do it with acetone, yes. There's this other stuff he also talks about within the video. I have it. Which is designed for, there's like liquid PLA you can get, but it is, if you get the chemistry wrong, it is tacky and doesn't work the way it should. So you gotta be careful with some of that. But that's actually one of the best methods I've come across so far. So pretty happy about that. Oh, you hit yeah, ABS. ABS is ABS. I don't like ABS for FDM because it's a little bit more flammable. It's very toxic, and you need a filter system. ABS is very harsh and has known to have long-lasting damaging effects on the respiratory system. So I don't tell people to use ABS unless you know what you're doing. ABS can be very, very much so problematic. But ABS-like resin for your SLA prints, that's different because that should already be ventilated just because of the UV curing process. So, you know, you clearly will have the safety protocols in place if you're going into resin printing. But for FDM, yeah, I just tell people, please stay away from ABS unless you absolutely research it and know what it is you're getting into. As somebody who worked in manufacturing for 12 plus years in aerospace, an additional 3 years in non-private, more commercial manufacturing, ABS has always been the more problematic material when it comes to melting and smoothing. So, hey, Kamara! Yeah, I'm not interested in ABS at the moment. I barely have room for the print. Yeah, exactly. You know, but other materials like PETG, HIPS, those are okay materials. But PLA just works, you know, and for the 3D printing, you know, enthusiasts and hobbyists, yeah, just stick with PLA. It's gonna take you far, you know? It's gonna get you where you need to be. And that's the important part. Okay, let's go ahead and turn back face on, and let's just kind of get the teeth kind of sculpted out a little bit. We can tweak that in a minute. That's a funky skull. But we're getting there. Yeah. Yep, you did it right this time. Yay, come on! Good job, Nina. Yeah, I have the old MakerBot thingomatic. Oh, interesting. and how did you like that guy? Okay. While we have a basic block out, we're not going to get into detailing too quickly. I want to create the spinal column as well, and then we'll get into the rest of that. And the spinal column actually attaches somewhere right around here at the base. at the just base where your neck and so forth will meet. So we're going to create like a little hole. And then we're actually going to go ahead and I think we can just manipulate this pretty easily with a cylinder and maybe cut out a couple shapes. Let me see if I can find a top-down view of a spinal column. Like this guy. This shape right here. We also have to make this 3D printable, so this won't be completely anatomically correct, but it will be, for the most part, as we say, good enough. So we're just going for the shape more so than anything else. After texturing in Marmoset, if you export the FBX, shouldn't your textures be embedded with the model? You should be, yes, depending on how you saved it. Now, Zbrush does have some texturing exporting issues with FBX. If you go through the export FBX import export, I don't use that method anymore. I just do the export here and then go through the FBX. However, Zbrush also has a texture map, which is right here, multi-map exporter. FBX usually drags this stuff across, but it doesn't always. So if it doesn't, you can actually come through here and export and generate all the maps that you need that you've built within ZBrush, and then move it over. With something like Substance Painter or any other texturing software, you have to export those maps. They don't just bring the FBX with it. ZBrush kind of does sometimes, but not always. So you'll want to make sure that if you're working from ZBrush and straight into Marmoset, you can export those maps, like I said, through here. Or if you're going through Substance Painter, export the maps the other way. No problem. Yeah. FBXs are kind of a little funky. I don't know if ZBrush has officially fixed all of the errors and issues that have occurred, but I'm gonna have to figure that part out. But yeah, should be pretty good that way. Well, you always get those print lines. Not sure if this is any better with the new machines. It's 0.05 resolution. Yes, you'll see some layer lines at 0.05 resolution, but almost not even worth it. Like, you gotta like stare at it. You know what I mean? You really gotta try. All right, we're gonna duplicate that real quick, and let's rename this as, it's called main. All right, let's go ahead and insert. I'm gonna insert a cylinder, and we're gonna call this the spinal cord. Wow. Can you spell any worse, Ian? Yeah. Okay. Okay. What we're gonna do is actually come up here. Let's go to group by normals, crease polygabry, and then we're gonna subdivide a few times. And then we're gonna go ahead and actually take that, delete lower, and then I'm gonna go ahead and Dynamesh at 121 resolution. Gonna crush that. Okay. I'm saying it for you, yeah. You damn straight, polygabry wins. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is take the lasso. Really wish I had lazy mouse right now. You just don't have it. Ugh. What the fuck? Okay, anyway. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and just kind of make this little flare spot like such. It's essentially what we're going for. Give or take a few technical errors. Right? Go ahead and sharpen that as best as we can. Go ahead and grab a little loop right here. Little loop right there. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay, and let's just go ahead and grab that bit of noise. Select this one. Let's turn double on. Where are we? Double? Yes. And now we're going to go ahead and take the select. and get rid of this bottom one. Let's delete hidden. Awesome. Now let's go to deformation and polish groups. Polish by groups, just sharpen that out almost immediately. Now let's just go ahead and hit one, and let's see remesh. Yep, I have symmetry on. I want to make sure I have symmetry on. My So Lazy Mouse is going to be so nice. It's going to be amazing. That's actually not too bad. You know, for what we're going for, that's actually not too bad. That's the main shape that we're looking for. Okay. Perfect. All right, let's go ahead and take our Z modeler brush. Let's collect all, and let's just extract this a few times. Perfect. That's what we're gonna do. Yay. Cool. So now we have this guy right here. And now we're gonna go ahead and kind of just manipulate this as we see fit. Let's do a light smooth because it's not sharp. So we're going to do kind of like a light, relaxed smooth, like very light. And if smooth is not working out to your favor that way, it's more unlikely because we're just doing the dynamic. So we're going to hit apply. And now that smoothing is going to be a lot more difficult because the actual geo is there. Yeah. Going on to Marmoset, how do you prep? Do I make UV maps in Zbrush? It depends. So Marmoset does not need UVs if you're just doing a render. If you are going to be using Marmoset 4's new texturing capabilities, then you do need to, or you should have UVs on there. And it doesn't really... The cleanliness of the UVs depend on the project. So if you're just doing it for like, you know, getting some nice color in there, but you want a texture and you're not really going to show the wireframe, then just do the simple UV master, you know, unwrap it and create yourself some UV. I have a YouTube video actually on how I do it that actually I could share with you guys. Go to my channel for a second. My videos, my playlists. Here we go. Actually, this video in particular, which shows you kind of how I do it. But if you are going for, but if you're going for like an actual like a nice portfolio piece, you know, I recommend doing the UVs outside of ZBrush, just because it's much better, hands down. Like, you would want to do them in something like 3D Code or Maya or Blender, personally. Okay. Hey, what's up, Alex? How you doing, man? Hello, hello. It is going pretty good. We're making a spinal column at the moment. And we're gonna go ahead and kind of create like a little bit of a column right here. Perfect. Gonna go ahead and make that a separate group, something like this. And then what we're gonna do is actually go to smooth groups. So let's actually hit the comma key. Let's go up to brush, and let's go up to smooth. Where are you? Right there. And then there's smooth groups. One of my favorite ways to get things nice and clean. Is he frozen to... Wait. Oh, is he free? Oh, yeah, he's... Sorry. He's Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat, yeah. He's going to be holding up a... the spinal cord and a skull. Okay, cool. Let's need to make that just a slightly different color. I'm gonna go ahead and delete lower, and now we're gonna go ahead and keep groups, and we're just gonna go ahead and Z remesh at 1. So now we have a little bit more control of our geometry. Maybe I might have that. Nope. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna. I might have frost and stuff on the ground though, Alex. I might do that. That might be kind of cool. Okay, let's go to extrude, and we'll go ahead and make sure that we hit a different poly group, and we'll do that a couple times. Bloop. There, cool. All right, so now we have this duplicated. We're actually going to call this a spinal disc. So this will be our first disc. Let's go ahead and save it real quick. Hey, Von Buki. Dude, how you doing, man? Like from the spine and skull bargain bin. Like, how much do you want for these? Yeah, exactly. Have you guys seen some of the Mortal Kombat finishing moves? Like, let's go Sub-Zero. Actually, I think I have the reference. Let me pull the reference real quick. Let me see if I can open up Sub-Zero reference. Boop. Did I put a pose in there? I did not put a pose in there. Okay, well, let's see here. How much do you want for these? Yeah. Victory pose with skull. I haven't seen a statue like this for a while. Or I haven't seen a statue like this. Doesn't mean that one doesn't exist, but see if we can get like a generic idea. You know, so like it'll be like this major pose that he has with his hands up. I know that might be a little hard to see. But then like put a skull and spine coming out. Because I know that's a finishing move most characters can do in MK2. Oh, here we go. So basically something like this. This is the idea. But a lot more epic. So they're brutal. Yeah. The movie is going to be gore as hell. Yeah, it is. It's going to be awesome. Ah, Emmy, what's up? Your new profile pic is nice. Are you secretly a model? No, I'm not. I just happened to have a nice photo. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and duplicate the spinal disc, and we're gonna do is center this home. And the idea here is just to basically, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of put this right here. Actually, okay, let's back this up for a second. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of grab this right here, holding control, let go of control, and I'm going to basically do something like that. Now we got this guy coming. And we're gonna go ahead and do auto groups so that we have all these different groups. He's so Hollywood. It looks very Hollywood, yeah. Well, I happen to live in Hollywood, so I guess that makes sense, right? I found a great guy for you to use as a model. He's an Aussie fitness streamer, and he looks like a mix between an MMO character and a Disney prince. Ooh, Von Buki. Share away. Have you seen the original video of the making of MK1 and the actors doing the moves live? Yes, I have. It's so awesome. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Okay, what we're gonna do now is we're actually gonna hold this, and I think we're gonna use a deformer. So let's actually use I think I want to use a soft deformer. No, I don't want to use a soft deformer. I lied. Just want to use deformer. Do I? Do I, though? Maybe. Actually, maybe. Oh, gosh. So many thoughts and ideas. I think I just want to use Deformer. Yeah, let's just do that. Be honest, do you see a little bit of her in this potato? Let me see. I can't wait to see how you finish this one. Thanks. Yes. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's more than a potato now. Now you definitely got a good shape going. Yeah, this is coming along. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hi, can you explain to me the difference between save the file, document, and tool? I know the file saves everything, but if you were doing big heavy projects with a lot of subtools, how is it done? Hey, no problem. Okay, so basically, just to kind of recap through the basics, because you already kind of have a generic idea, but if you go up to Files, Save, it saves the entire project, which also saves all the different subtools, which is correct. The other method of saving is hitting Save As over here on the tool, which saves the subtool. How I go about saving my subtools, especially on bigger projects, is I actually name them. For example, this is Sub-Zero Statue 01, and then if I move into a next stage after a blockout, 02, if I keep the same name throughout, this part is completely up to you and how you want to do it. But generally for big projects, unless a client wants you to save a project, I refrain from doing so because it just sucks up hard drive space. So I usually go with, like, for example, Sub-Zero Statue 01, blockout. Sub-Zero Statue 02, color and detailing, etc., etc. So, and that's just dependent on how I like to do things. You can always mix it up yourself. And then, of course, you have the export option, which saves the actual subtool as an OBJ or STL, depending on how you want to do that. The differences really just depend on what it is you're trying to do with the project. If you need to save history for whatever reason, then the only way to actually do that would be to click Undo History, which is right up here, and then saving the project as a whole. But again, that's just a lot of resource disk space. So the differences are very subtle, but it is just dependent on how it is you want to go about saving your project. I save in stages because it's way easier to do so, but again, that is completely dependent up to you. You just have different objects. And then just to recap, everybody is pointing in. Yep, exactly. Hold Control Alt, press Save As in tool in the menu right. Hit Control S, save hotkey. Exactly. Hopefully that answered your question. And I'm disappointed I made my gin because it's Friday, payday, and work organized virtual drinks for the studio with a couple of 100 people. There was only like 12 people there. Oh, that's a bummer. It's okay, I could party with you guys. Yeah, party! Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Yeah, what time is it for you? Still morning? Well, she's 8 hours ahead of me. Right? You're 8 hours ahead, Emmy? I missed your post. Scroll up, Mambuka. I think I did. Yeah, let's see. Would make a great Hercules. Oh, here we go. Such great angles for this guy. Oh yeah, this guy's shredded. He could be like my cousin or something. Shaking hands. Okay, cool. Cool. I will check that guy out. It's like Kylo Ren, only way more handsome. He's a buff dude. He's jacked. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, what we want to do is actually get some pretty decent shapes here. First thing first, let's actually squeeze the spinal cord to where we want it. So, I'm going to go not with the deformer. I lied to you guys. What I'm going to do is actually use the transpose, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and hold Y and kind of just bend it this way. It's kind of like your own personal deformer. I feel like this is just a much easier approach to things. Then we can turn on, yeah, we can go ahead and turn on symmetry, kind of just start pushing our shapes the way we want it to. Something like that. And we can even kind of taper this a little bit. Actually select right about there. Even scale that down just a little bit. I wonder, can I stream tonight and listen to dance tunes on Twitch main page and no DMCA because while Twitch is allowing it because I'm taking the dance? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Twitch contradicts their own rules all the time. They contradict that all the time. So just be careful. I think it's bot driven. Yeah, it probably is. Okay, let's turn solo off. Let's actually squeeze that. Now the reason why we're not going into full detail with exactly how the spinal cord should be is because simply we want to be able to print it, so we want to get enough detail in here as possible. But we are going to want to make sure that we make it printable and functional as much as possible. And each one of these shapes are slightly different. So we'll have to end up basically individually kind of smoothing down and pulling some of these. They get a little bit different each time. Yeah, but did you hear they dubbed over Metallica at BlizzCon? No, I didn't. What the hell? For the guy who faced Sub-Zero, right? I wouldn't be surprised if it's all bot driven. We'll get into the detailing phase once we get the main shapes. There we go, just kind of... Maybe we're going to do some clay buildup, because these get like a little bit thicker. Yeah, it was only Twitch that happened on, of course, yeah. Because again, Twitch right now, Twitch is having difficulties, you know, following the rules and all the stuff that YouTube and stuff went through. They're now getting hit harder on. Twitch is clearly having problems too, because they, you know, they're having problems. Like my title still says Vegeta, and I've changed that like 100 times. So I don't know. Like, something's going on with them. What can you do? Okay, spinal cord is still... There we go. There we go. Title is Sub-Zero Win Part 3. Oh, is it? Okay, great. When I got the notification, it told me it was something else. So yeah, I'm glad. Do you get music strikes? I do not get music strikes. The Pretzel Rocks feature, I don't get them. That's where Pretzel Rocks kind of wins. I used to get them randomly, but then even though I was using Pretzel Rocks, like I'd say almost right around the time I was affiliate, but before I opted out, I got a couple, but then they pulled them back and said it wasn't on my side because I challenged it and I said that's not correct. I'm using this. They confirmed, and then, but they still, they had to pull the flags. But I did get a couple in the beginning. Not so much anymore. I haven't had one since I challenged it. Which, to challenge it, you have to basically go contact tech support or customer service and say, hey, you guys are being stupid. I'm trying to remember when they did the same to Room 5. Viewers could see them, but got music of or something. Yeah, it's like, guys, that's our song. We're playing our song. That's our music! Yeah. Okay. Now that we have a basic spinal cord shape, let's actually call this the spinal cord. Let's go ahead and save the skull. And now let's actually dive into some details and get the head a little bit better. Right now the head's funky, but we got the main shapes going. So let's come back here. Turn that off. Okay. I can't wait for the new Zbrush tools. I'm telling you right now. I'm too excited for it. All right, let's go to no, not 24. Let's go 256. Okay. Actually, Sub-Zero is kind of getting in my way, so I'm going to go ahead and clear him for a second. Let's put him back over here. We'll have him kind of standing above my head. Okay. All right, let's take the damn standard. Now let's make some... Oops, damn standard. BDS, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and make some markings on where I need to make some changes. This also needs to get pushed up a little bit. This is too much of a cheek, so we need to carve that down. There. I also kind of oops in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is actually more coming across here. Okay. Go ahead and trim that back. Beautiful. Emmy, have you still gotten DMC A strikes? Is that still a problem for you? Haven't listened to normal music in a long time. Yeah. What is this amazing skull? This will be for Sub-Zero holding in his hand. How are you, Mofafa? What's up, dude? Did you still get DMCA strikes? Is that still happening to you? Sorry, you had to turn down the tunes. No worries. Don't apologize. Feel good. Blaring that music. Yes, Persia. Oh, I know. You know, I'm slacking. You're doing fine, man. You're doing fine. Hopefully things are a little bit better for you, brother. Yeah, stop the chess piece. Oh, you did. The only time I had an issue was uploading once to YouTube. Gotcha. SR? SR? I may not be up on the... I have, let's see, tossed it. I didn't like it, but good hard surface exercise. Oh, okay, yeah, nice. Well, it's coming along pretty well, man, so... You know, I totally feel it, but it's all good. What's up, Naughty Mind? Yeah, I don't know what SR is. I'm sorry. I feel like I should, though. Help me out! I listen to stream beats when I stream, usually, or lo-fi, or some sort of synthwave. I might give Twitch music thing a go again, see what's on there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I feel like I would love to have, like, there used to be a few Spotify playlists that were covered by, like, Alpha Gaming and a few other people, but unfortunately, I would say they just weren't up to date enough. Season rating? That's what I see as a SR. Yeah, that's what I see as SR2. So I have no idea. So I can't actually answer it. I don't know. I don't know. Stream Raiders. Oh, Stream Raiders. Oh, okay. Stream Raiders. The battle's ready. Oh, man. I got so into it. Thanks. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, Stream Raiders. I'm an idiot. Well, thank you. Really dookie, yo. Yeah. Thanks, J-Crew. Yeah, I only listen to YouTube music, so my streams will be quite quiet for my viewers. I can't listen to all of this non-licensed music. If I enjoy the music, I find art motivation just dies. I get you, yeah. I totally understand, man. You're revamping it again? Well, let me know when you do, man. Tag me when you go live next. I'll pop in there. I'll hang out with you, man. Yeah, Mofafa streamed a few times. Yeah. Yeah, tag me. Do it! Look at this, Nope, we died. Well, we just didn't have enough people. Yeah, everybody was super excited about it. Yeah, keep playing. Wow, we died on a mystery. Alright, well. We ain't gonna die this time. Ian, in your opinion, what's the best approach to fishnet tight making? Fishnet tight making. Oh. That's a good question, Emmy. For fish netting, I done it once, and I don't think it was a good method. I don't think it was a good method to do it. What I done was I basically tried to create as low geometry as possible of the exact leg I wanted the fish netting to be on. And then I essentially just kind of took one loop and then kind of here, let me explain what I did. I don't think it's the best approach, but let me explain what I did. Maybe a show and tell would be a little bit easier. Okay. Let's take his arm. Let's duplicate it. And let's keep that solo. And let's see here, super low resolution. Blurp. Okay, delete lower. So I know there's a better process because there's nanomesh or marketplace. Yeah, that's the thing. The way I did it was before I learned nanomesh. Because what I essentially did was either take the topology brush or a masking brush, right? And I basically created the strips manually, and then I duplicated that all the way down, and then did it the exact opposite way. And I know that's a very long way of doing it. I haven't played with fish netting much. I would say if you're going to approach it, nanomesh might be the best way to go. Or use, or you might be beneficial to attempt using dynamic subdivision and use the micro mesh as well. That might be a good way to do it, because you can make your own micro mesh and do stuff in there. But yeah, I haven't actually created a good process, so I'm gonna fail you on this one. If I'm gonna be honest. Never used nanomesh. What is it? Nanomesh is amazing, Turbo. Nanomesh essentially allows you to what's the best way to explain this? Nanomesh allows you to actually take shapes and apply it to all the faces of the poly group. Basically allows you to take shapes, turn these vertices into an object that kind of wraps around. You have to go through a process of making it nanomesh, but allows you to basically project. So you can use like chainmail. You can get like a lot of good shapes on there quickly, and then you can end up baking it once it's all done. Nanomesh is really fun. I haven't played with it much more than a few attempts. I'm starting to get into it more. I just never really came across. In fact, you know what? I might. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll play with nanomesh when I start getting, because that's the thing. I was thinking about using nanomesh for his cloth, so I might go into it a little bit more. I might start going offline and not worrying about trying to have all these recordings for time lapses. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. You know what I would do? Just save a project. Okay, sounds useful for armors. Yeah, it's useful for a lot of things. So use OBS. So yeah, it's a whole deal. But you basically have to make your object, if I remember right. Don't quote me on this, guys. Yeah, or you have to create nanomesh. You have to create a brush that you want to use, and then turn around and use that to get it onto all the details. When we get to the cloth, I'll go into it a little bit more. I'm still relatively new to it though, so I might bumble my way, but it'll be there. Okay, let's go back. But that's what I love about Zbrush. There's so much crap in here. Just gotta get it all. But it is a lot of fun. I've used it like twice. Usually following along a Michael Palpovich video, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, what do you think of the update? Oh, I cannot wait. The update needs to happen like yesterday. And I'm bummed it hasn't happened yet. I'm too excited. Literally just way too excited. I've already changed my workflow. After watching it, I was like, oh, I know exactly how I'm going to start approaching things. And not to oversell it, I just think it's I think they've actually brought some good change to the table. Those brushes, oh, I'm gonna have fun trying armor. Yep. You're gonna see all the armor come out of every artist. Because there are plenty of armor. I mean, there are plenty of artists like myself who clearly wanted to do more hard surface. Like, I've always wanted to do more hard surface, but, you know, some of the old methods of doing stuff, or I'm either stuck in an old process or not understanding some of the newer techniques. This just made it a whole lot easier. So we're going to start seeing people come up with all sorts of stuff. I think it's going to actually make hard surface specialists have to up their game too, just because it's going to be a lot easier to get something quick. But I also think they developed it perfectly for concept artists, so people can just get in and play and get shapes going and have a lot of fun. But they up the ante for everyone, and I think that's great. It's just it's gonna take you through the blockout process so much faster, and you're gonna have to, and then you're gonna be able to spend more time in the detailing phase. And I think that's freaking fantastic. You already have something in mind to sculpt when they release it? Oh yeah, nope, absolutely. It's like when I was doing my Grogu. As soon as they released that update, I already had a piece of Grogu in mind on how I wanted to go about it because of the new update. So I was really excited when that happened, and now I have something in mind for the new one as well. And like I said, actually, what I'm going to be doing, you guys are going to be seeing a lot of like taking references and creating meshes from references relatively quickly, which I think is going to open the door for a lot of people to pull reference and concepts more so now than ever, because it's just going to be that much easier. Damn, my attention span. So yeah, I watched that. I watched the presentation a second time just to get a better understanding of what's going to be what's to come. Okay. Yeah, back of the head looks pretty good. Yep, absolutely. Yep. That's okay. That's okay. It's kind of like need to now too. You know? I gotta stay relevant, guys. Yep, I gotta have the hang of it. No, I'm super excited about it. The fun part is that I get to demonstrate all these new tools, not only here, but then I get to do it over on Pixo too. So it's all great timing. I'm really excited about all of it. So yeah, gonna be a lot of fun. You really wish what? Yeah, Twitch should do GIFs. The first streaming service that allows GIFs in chat, tell me about it. We'll move over there immediately. Because I'm surprised that's not a thing yet. Like, seriously, why is that not a thing yet? If text messaging has it, why don't we have it? Okay. There we go. Starting to take shape. I'm liking it. BTTV is kind of gifty, but I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, legitimately. You know? Like, freaking Discord has it, your phone has it. Why don't streaming surface? I mean, the emotes are cool and all, don't get me wrong. But it can't, it's not a licensing thing. Yeah, it's a fair use thing. Yeah. Who knows?
Are you warm?
Yes. Natalie Portman gift! Right? We could just pretend. Exactly. We could just pretend. We're cool kids now. Alright. Trying to look at the right shape of... Yeah, there we go. Okay. There is a... I'm not sure the proper name of it. But there is definitely a kind of hole that goes right here. Because that's where the lower jaw kind of connects. So what we're going to do is actually insert a cylinder. Put that over here. It's going to push this down. Let's push the main skull down above it. Let's click that there. Such. Shrink this down.
I'm off to Costco.
Okay. Yes, please. Oh no, that'll be done.
That is my plan.
So we're gonna go ahead and kind of utilize live boolean here. To get the proper shape that we need. And to make sure that that's thick enough, we're going to go ahead and kind of pull that out a little bit. We're also going to make sure that we hit mirror and weld so that it's equal on both sides. I suppose it would be easy for people to spam chat with unsettling images. Yeah, I guess so too. We could pretend. Gusty, hey Ian, I'm new to your channel. I'd like to ask you if you already stream the preparation process for render on Keyshot or Marmoset, like UV and decimation things. I have not created any dedicated videos to that yet. I have streamed me kind of playing around with Marmoset 4, but nothing that would be overly educational at the moment. But I do have some videos and some thoughts in mind coming soon for sure. But feel free to ask your questions and I can answer them as best as I can. Luckily with, it'll be more Marmoset than Keyshot because I don't have Keyshot, but I do have videos on how to make UVs in Zbrush that will make it easier to get over to Substance Painter or Marmoset. But luckily you don't really need UVs when it comes to Marmoset. But if you have any things you would like to see, definitely let me know and I'll be working, I'm gearing my video process to the things that people want to see most of. But feel free to ask your questions because I definitely can try my best to answer them as efficiently as possible. Okay. Let's also turn on local sim and kind of stretch that like such. And we're going to subdivide this a few times so we get a nice clean cut. And then what we're going to do is go down to Boolean and make Boolean mesh. Now let's go ahead and it should be just over here. There it is. There's the skull. Go ahead and copy this bad boy. Let's bring it back over here. Bye, have fun. And we'll go ahead and paste. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I got a lot of videos in mind coming up soon. And if you're in Zbrush, we got a lot of new stuff coming soon too, which will be good. There we go. Let's go ahead and Dynamesh this. Let's take it back to the 256 because that's the resolution we were working on. And we go ahead and just stick that back over to single poly group. There we go. So now we have this little loop right here. Hey, what's up, Carbon? How you doing? And now we can kind of push this back and through. Oh, okay. Whoops. Whoopsie. Forgot to have symmetry turned on, so let's go ahead and turn symmetry back on. Let's make those changes again. Every time I read your Nick Carbon, it sounds in my head like Spicer saying 4444. Carbon 4444. Spicer's an awesome dude. There we go. Kind of build that up a little bit. All right. All right. Now we're getting something that we like, even just a little bit. We'll still have to tweak it just a bit. We have some fixes to do here. Let's take our trim dynamic. Start getting some more shapes here on the nose. It's a little too straight. Right here kind of tapers in a little bit, so I cannot wait for the new ZBrush because I already feel like I would have had a good chunk of this blocked out and already detailing. That's how good I think the new one's gonna be. Yeah, he always does that. He does do that, doesn't he? Carbon, what do you think of the new ZBrush, man? Are you just as pumped as I am? Let me get in there a little bit. Okay. Now, what I like to do kind of helps me a little bit. We're going to break symmetry here in a second. And we're going to go ahead and grab the damn standard. Actually, no, let's do the /3. So we get nice, clean, deep lines. We're going to break symmetry. We're going to go up to stroke, and we're going to go up to, no, not modifiers, just stroke jitter. So you can see here that we get this kind of like funky, jittery shape just by making a straight line. Even if we up the lazy mouse, naturally, just by doing that, you get a clean line, stroke, up the jitter, and you start getting funkiness. That funkiness is what we want because we're going to make some of these cracks. We're going to go ahead and tone down the intensity by like half. So let's go 40. And now let's go to stroke. Let's go up to that jitter. And we're going to start making some of these imperfections. Intensity is a little low. Let's go up to like 50%. I'm excited. He's been doing that when he first started streaming for Pixo. Nice. Very nice. All right, we're going to go ahead and start kind of creating some of these. I forget the proper name of them, but they are just like the plate separations. Because your head is not a solid bone. It's all these different plates. And that jitter kind of helps bring in a little bit of realism. Because they're not perfect. Get something like that. Since the skull will be exposed. And we can kind of make it up a little bit. We don't have to go full on like must be 100% accurate. But we just get it as close as possible. Kind of bring this up here like this. kind of goes a little bit more like that. This probably comes underneath. There we go. You can even give him like a little bit of a scar too if we wanted. We'll come in here. I know there's cracks above the head. All these play a little bit of a factor. How your head moves. Yeah, the new snake curve is like magic happening. Yeah, but in my humble opinion, the mesh balloon is going to be the more useful of the new updates. Absolutely! Next Nox, what's up, buddy? Yep. Indeed, my friend, indeed. Okay, we'll go ahead and just connect that a little bit. There we go. So we're just starting to get those looking a little bit better. I kind of just like decided to do my own thing here, but that's okay. Again, it's all about the believability. We're going to go ahead and dynamesh that so they're not super strong. Now we're just going to add some like little cracks. Just ones that we think might play a role. Let's actually dumb down the intensity by like, let's say 30. That way we can just feather that off a bit. There we go. Increase that line just a bit. Hey, how you doing, Next Nox? How's it going? There we go. All right, let's get the teeth in there now. So what we're going to do is actually, let's turn solo off. Let's actually go ahead and bring in a sphere. Scale that down. Flatten that up. We'll get the front teeth going first, and then we'll start moving into the rest. So go Dynamesh, Symmetry, and let's go ahead and Clip Curve. I say Clip Curve. Bloop. Bloop. There we go, Clip Curve. Now we're going to take the snake hook. Get kind of the roots. So your typical front teeth only have like 2, maybe 3 roots at best. And then you're actually going to go up already to like 256. Whereas your molars will have about 4 roots. And the roots can be pretty long actually. So, but we just kind of want the shape of them. And then we're going to hit the H polish. Kind of round these out a little bit. So they kind of come to a point. And we kind of soften them up a little bit like that. So just get something like such. Transparent. Let's move that over. Let's turn off symmetry. Send that in the middle. Scale it down. And we're going to start just kind of aligning this where that tooth should be. There we go. Doing all right. Reshaping some part of molding. Large parts, and we change the angle of molding. So I'm fixing all the draft angles for the new direction. Ugh. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. I got a, I have a memorial statue that I'm starting to sculpt next week. It'll take me about 3 to 4 weeks to get that going. So I picked up that gig, which is neat. Still doing some personal work and then streaming. Yeah. Changing my stream schedule for a little bit. We'll be ending my stream schedule starting next week because of the project and how much of a likeness it is. I'll be doing just 3 hours like I used to, so that way I can kind of warm up, hang out with you guys, and then afterwards I can just get to work. Hey, gotta lurk, have a meeting. Sorry, friends. No, Ninar, have fun. Yeah, memorial statue. I'm scared sighted about it. You know, those are all things that you kind of want to like get right. You should add an Easter egg to the skull. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, that happened yesterday, so I was really excited about that. You know, so I'm working. You know, that's always good. But yeah. Okay. Now, we didn't make the jaw long enough, so we're going to have to actually change that a little bit. Because right now I can tell you that yeah, that's just not enough. That's okay. That's why we try to block everything out and get it all in there. But if we zoom in, let's see here. How many teeth do we actually have to deal with here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd say poke James Cain if it's NDA. And oh, you can't. It's not an NDA. But I treat it kind of like it is, just because, you know, it's somebody's loved one that we're doing this for. So yeah, I quoted 4 weeks because I know I block things out quickly, but I know if I dedicate at least 8 hours, if I dedicate at least 5 to 6 solid hours a day on it over the next few weeks, I'll be able to get pretty close. And then yeah, I'm gonna send it to someone for sure to kind of like, you know, just get a once over. That would be nice. Okay, so that's the right amount of teeth here. Perfect. Yeah, you have to account for revisions. Yep, exactly. Okay, let's go ahead and hit auto groups. And then we're going to keep dynameshing, but we're going to turn groups on. So that way we can manipulate each tooth individually as we need it. All right. Now we need to at least get 2 more molars back there for it to be relatively believable. So let's just start pulling this jaw back. There we go. Let's actually do solo and mirror and weld. Gotta turn that symmetry on. But yep, no, it's gonna be good. Like I said, I think I can get something pretty quickly, which is nice. I'm excited for it. Scared a little bit, but excited for it. But most of my projects, I would say I'm a little scared-sighted for most of my projects. Just because, you know, it's the whole, like, well, you know. Like I said, it's somebody that they used to know, so we gotta get it right. And what's cool is they sent me a ton of photos of their person, so I thought that was pretty neat. Okay, so we're gonna make a molar real quick. Turn groups off, dynamesh these together, so we get that kind of 4 roots. But first, actually, let's rotate this around and do something more like that. There we go. Almost creates the shape that we need. Oh, it's ready to begin? Okay. Okay, we'll get that going in 1 second. Okay, we're actually going to take the move infinite. So then I can move both sides at the same time. Okay. I kind of smooth that down. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and do Stream Raiders. Now I know what the SR stands for. I think we can do it this time. We have a little bit more people. Hey, thank you so much, Space Time, for the follow. I appreciate it. There we go. Yeah, now we're getting there. J Crew coming in for the win. Coming in hot. Look at J Crew. 16 kills. Just beasting. Come on, J Crew. You're the only one left. You can do this. Come on, J Crew. Come on, J Crew. Come on, J Crew. Oh yeah, you got this. Make that thing your bitch. Yay, perfect. Look at that. All right, J Crew. All right. You know what? You definitely... Which one do you want? You want the Barbarian or the Centurion? Scroll. Which one do you want? That's on you. I'm going to just give that straight to you. Purple. Perfect. All right, there you go. J Crew, you're coming in. Bloop. Confirm selections, and then we'll do the random Ninar. All right, there you guys go. Awesome. J Crew coming in super hot. I love it. All right. Quests. Let's see. All right, I need to collect the Spellbound. Beautiful. All right. What else do I need to do? Place 3 bombers. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Do I not have a bomber? Oh, I do. Okay. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I do. All right, there we go. All right. Go. Let's squeeze that in just a little bit more. There you go. Okay, let's go ahead and hit auto groups. My hands don't want to do what I want it to do. There we go. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and take this one. We need to rotate it just a little bit more. More like that. There we go. Just kind of pull that out just a little bit because you get like a little bit of a extension back there. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and undo that. Let's do mirror and weld. There we go. Now that we have that, we can actually fix the skull around the teeth, which would be good. I think the teeth are a little tall too, so let's go ahead and merge those down. Say, yep. So auto groups, mirror and weld it. There you go. Now we can fix the... Fix the remaining portion of this. Let's actually turn off that spinal cord. Where are you? Right there. I don't think I want to make this too thin, just because we're going to have to print it. But we get it pretty close. Let's actually go up to 350 resolution. Perfect. Let's actually hit solo here. Go. All right, now there's indentations here that we need to get that go in between the teeth. So we're gonna hit the standard brush. We're gonna set it to negative. It's actually pretty aggressive, so let's dial that back. Go. Okay, the other thing I want to do is actually, I think I need to make this jaw a bit smaller. Thanks, Emmy. Yeah, there we go. Dinner! Yeah, enjoy your dinner. You deserve it. Go get it. Shrink this up, kind of scale this a little bit more. So kind of widen that just a bit. Now let's actually give it the shape we need. Go. All right, let's go ahead and take this clip curve and let's actually just clip that section off right there. Smooth that down. Go. Push that in. It's all about tweaking at this point, getting it right where we want it to be. All right, let's take our intensity of our clay buildup. Let's go pretty slow. Now we're gonna kind of exaggerate some of these areas. take that standard brush, make sure that we dive it in just a little bit more like this. We need to make sure that these teeth are nice and appropriate size. That's gonna definitely set us up for success. Okay, cool. Now this part might be a little wide, so we can actually kind of taper that back. So we want it to look good from all sides. Just get that eye socket deep in there. I'm gonna take the damn standard and kind of... Ooh, let's go back to stroke. Let's turn that jitter off. There we go. Open that eye just a bit more. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. I think this part's just a little too far forward. We go. Actually, just take that one off. Delete hidden. Okay, as far as the teeth go, let's actually increase the resolution to about 500. No? You don't want to do that? Okay. When in doubt, say you're gonna do it your own damn way. You can go your own way. Delete hidden, close hole. Turn off Dynamesh. Keep groups. Z-remesh them. Watch me ignore Zbrush's not gonna happen moment. And now mirror and weld. There we go. All right, so now they're definitely just Z-remeshed, which is awesome. Now let's actually tweak the teeth a little bit so we can get what we want. Let's take the move brush, turn symmetry on. Go. I'm actually gonna also go to brush and auto masking and topological. So that way I can move just the one tooth that I need to move. Kind of bring that back a little bit on the inside. I'm also going to go ahead and turn topological on for the pinch. Let's hit apply on our dynamic subdivision. We'll start pinching to get some of those shapes that we want. Okay. I'm gonna take clay buildup I'm actually going to kind of dig a little molar section out here because they are kind of... There's kind of like a little divot back there in that tooth. Since these teeth back here are usually meant for like mashing, and then the front teeth are made for digging and pulling. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. For the teeth, we're actually going to go to geometry, and we're going to go to clay polish. And I'm going to increase the edge a little bit, increase the max and the sharpness. And I'm going to go ahead and hit it, which will give me just a little bit more of a jaggier look. You know, just kind of light smooth that just a bit. Let's see here, how much time is that? Oh yeah, 60 minutes, cool. Then I'm just gonna take the clay buildup, lightly kind of browse over that a bit, just to give it some texture. So they're not perfect pearls. It's cool, it's Mortal Kombat, so we can even go like really crazy. You don't have to make it a normal skull. Let's actually make it like almost like a vampire-ish. Let's have fun with that tooth. Yeah. That way it kind of stands out just a little bit. There we go. We did kind of mirror and weld that at one point, so we'll have to fix those odd little lines, but let's actually go /3. Let's add a little bit more of asymmetry back to it. Up that jitter a bit. Turn off symmetry. There we go. Nice. Okay. Now that we got that, let's add some texture to it. Because at this point, I'm pretty satisfied with the result. It's going to be teeny tiny. But doesn't really matter. Like the texture for the render. +2, depending on how big I print them, we might get that texture in the print. But got a halfway decent skull. Let's actually fix his nose a little bit. I think his nose is a little funky. You ever had that moment where you are depressed because your work doesn't look as good as other people's work? Like on the trending page? Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes, indeed, my friend. It happens all the time. Happens more than people like to admit. And I have a saying. Who cares? Who cares what that person's doing? It's interesting because we live in a society where a lot of people, in my opinion, look at somebody else's work and says, that's what I have to be doing. Not necessarily, you know. I think there's more people who are driven to work because it sounds fun, but you know, they pressure themselves into this idea and unrealistic expectation, which I did myself. I found myself looking at Raphael Grassetti's when I first started sculpting and thought, I got to get there now. I have to be at that level now because look at him. But what I didn't see was the 10, 15, 20 years of his progress up until that point. And it wasn't until I started diving deeper into people's art stations when I started realizing where they started and where they are. And a good artist will constantly want to better themselves. So what I find has been more helpful is, while it's great to look at those artists and see where people are and then understand like, I want to get there, that's my goal. That should be what it is, goal-oriented. It can be overwhelming because there are such talented artists out there, but people also aren't talking about like, how long did it take so-and-so to get the result that they wanted? You know, I've heard plenty of artists say, I only work 8 to 10 to 12 hours and that's it. Well, then you're only going to get what you can mash in that 8 to 10 to 12 hours. Whereas I watched somebody do a Jim Carrey likeness on LinkedIn for 1 year. 1 year this guy was putting in all this time and effort, constantly updating, constantly showcasing what he could do. Meanwhile, I pumped out like 10 different things. He pumped out one really good thing. And that's the part that nobody sees. Like, somebody runs across the Jim Carrey post and says, oh my god, this looks amazing. It's lifelike. But we don't always see the work that's behind it too. And for me, I try to find that so that my overwhelming anxiety gets calmed down with the realization of the hard work that people put into their projects. So yes, it happens all the time to me, but my advice is to don't focus on the end result, but dive deeper into that project. See if you can find out, you know, how long did it take them? What was their process? What were they doing? What did they learn? What did they struggle with? I feel like if we humanize the artwork a little bit, it becomes easier to connect with the end result than just seeing this beautiful piece of work and we want to get there, but we have no freaking clue how to do it, you know? And it happens to me a lot. It used to happen more so than it does now. Although from time to time, I will say, I'll just be sitting here and like, this doesn't even look like it's supposed to, and I saw this other guy do this one thing, and it's way better. You know? But, as my old drum teacher used to say, you are here in the beginning of your journey, right? And the artist you're looking at is probably much further than you. But just note that he was where you were, and you'll get there too. Just time, consistency, learning, hard work, etc., etc. And it's not always easy to hear, but it's helpful in some degree. But I had to stop looking at people's works and being like, oh, I'm never going to get there. It just wasn't helpful for me as an artist, and it wasn't helpful in my growth. Instead, I had to start looking at like, ooh, that would be really cool. I hope I can get to that level one day. If that's in your wheelhouse, you know? Does that make sense? I just rant on for like a while. It can all be overwhelming, you know. I also think there's enough people out there who aren't doing art to do art. I think there's enough people out there who are doing art to want to get a job. And while they might be technically savvy at it, they're not passionate about it. And that can be overwhelming too. Because, you know, we think, oh, I'm really passionate about this, but I don't have the skill yet. Meanwhile, this guy has the skill, but he doesn't even enjoy his job. Like, sometimes that can be overwhelming. You know, but I say try not to focus on those aspects, but rather focus on where you are and where you want to be, and then just knowing that that process, it's going to take however long it takes, and there's no need to rush it. Just take your time. Yeah, really good advice. I should really get rid of that permanent comparison issue. That's just so depressing. It really is, man. It really is. You know, you can be. But I'll tell you right now, man. Your work is amazing. Like, you know, is it the best in the world? No, but neither is mine, right? But you can see the love and the heart and the effort that you put into each piece, and you're constantly looking on how to grow. That's the important part. That's the part you should be focusing on. And don't worry about what some asshole on Instagram thinks for 5 minutes, and don't worry about what what the best artist in the world did, because the best artist in the world is probably old as shit and put 40 plus years into it, and he fell into a cave and didn't come out until he was amazing, or he was the kid who struggled and he was constantly behind the curve, and he just wanted to get to the point where he was so good, so he chased and worked hard, and he finally got to that point. But you're seeing him when he finally got to that point, and you didn't see the before. And like I said, that's humanizing the experience. And as artists, I feel like we already have this ebb and flow of our own feelings and our own anxieties and our own pressures. And we could be our own worst enemy, as anyone can, not just artists, but anyone. And so that does definitely make it hard. It took me forever to get out of the idea that my sculpture had to look great in 30 minutes, you know? And I cringe when I hear other artists tell, newbies or people who are getting into it, oh yeah, I just did this in 5 minutes and it looks great. It's like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you took your time. And maybe if it did take you 5 minutes this time, how long did it take you to get to the point where you could sculpt something in 5 minutes, Like, yeah, it's there's a lot there, man. There's a lot there. But I tell you, dude, you're putting in the work, you're putting in the effort. Your work shows. You keep doing you and just keep pushing it, because it shows, man. So hopefully that's helpful too. And I'll tell you, I'll be honest, when I say stuff like that, I'm also talking to me. I'll be 100% frank. I feel that way a lot. So this is me taking my own advice as best I can. Just got real in the room. One of my favorite movies is when people... one of my favorite moves is when people call their work a sketch, when it's the most high-level polished thing ever. Yes, Colton Clay, yes, oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I've been guilty of that too. Yeah, I did it more in the beginning when when I was feeling overwhelmed and anxiety driven, and was like, this is not as good as anybody else could do. So to make myself feel better, I was like, this is a sketch. And eventually I got to the point where I look back at it now and I'm like, God, that really should have been a sketch. But, being honest with our process is the best thing we can do. And also doing stuff that isn't for posting. I sketch a lot of things. I sketched a demon the other day with wings, a gargoyle demon with wings, and it looked like, to me, it wasn't my best, but I did it in an hour, and it wasn't high detailed or anything of the sort, but I didn't post it because it didn't need to be. I was just trying something, and I didn't need the pressure of seeing what people thought of it or not getting the likes, and fuck that noise. Seriously, nobody needs that all the time. Once in a while, I like to post my best stuff or stuff I know is gonna be public, like the Chung Li, I posted a work in progress there. In the beginning, it wasn't the best, but over time, people see where it goes and how it gets there, and these things take as long as they take, right? So that's the important part to remember too. They take as long as they take, and it's okay. But I've done that too, yeah. I think it's human nature to want to be like, this is this is the best. We're the, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's okay, man. Yeah, good point. Maybe I'm being critical, but possibly the posture is just insecure about their work. You find the good in everything. Exactly. Right? Yeah. 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 But yeah. All right. I mean, look, you know, I could probably spend another 6 hours on this skull, because I don't think it's the best skull I've ever sculpted. Maybe it is. I don't know, but you know, I'm getting satisfied with it. But I'm not gonna rush it. You know, I'm gonna bring it in real soon to into the main project, and then I'll probably end up tweaking it a little bit more as we get it closer. You know. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Okay. Speaking of which, I feel like now I'm just kind of noodling it a little bit. I wanted the nose to be a specific shape, so, but now I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go ahead and save. Kind of push that up in there. There we go. All right, and let's actually merge this down. We saved it, so we're just going to merge this part down. Merge this down. So now we got this. Let's go ahead and actually delete this one and delete this bottom one right there. So now we have this guy. We're going to go ahead and duplicate it. Let's delete this main disk. Call this number 2, just because we're going to do a thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and actually turn off symmetry, set this back in the center, and then we're actually going to go ahead and Z-remesh this. And it's possibly, let's start 5. Let's keep groups. And the idea for this is to get it super low poly. We'll project the details back, but that way we can have it as low as possible and be able to pose it a lot easier or make changes once it's done. Here we go. Let's go ahead and take a look. That's not too shabby. It's pretty decent. Now we're going to go ahead and just subdivide a couple times. We'll kick it up to about 300 and almost 400,000 polys. Doesn't need to be too high. And then we're going to go ahead and hit project. Which I'll push a lot of details on. Before, you would have to actually like subdivide, project, subdivide, project, subdivide, project, but you don't need to do that anymore. Zbrush has gotten a lot smarter with that. But now we have some pretty decent topology and yeah, a little bit of cracking here and there. What we can do is actually turn around and kind of fix that a bit. Hey, what's up, buddy? Sounds good. And then we'll get on to Stream Raiders here in just a second. I just kind of want to fix this part. Like such. You can even I'm gonna lightly smooth some of that out. Go. Cool. Okay. Go ahead and save that as 2. Go ahead and copy that over. Let's come back to the Sub-Zero. And let's go ahead and go all the way down at the bottom. And let's go ahead and paste the skull. Turn off symmetry. Now we're going to get it close to his head size. Doesn't have to be 100% accurate, but close enough like that. And as you can see here, his spine is completely short. So we can go ahead and take the spinal column, mask that part out, actually end up stretching that. Something a little bit more like that. There we go. That's a lot better, right? That's more accurate. Bring that above his head. And now we have the spine and skull that we're going to be using for this sculpture. And then for this one, let's actually call this part 4 or part 3 on the color detailing. And then let's do stream radius. Call this 4. There we go. All right, stream rate time. What time is it right now? Okay. So what we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna end up taking a break after this, and then we'll come back. I'm gonna get some lunch, and then we'll come back, and then we'll start doing final detailings on the cloth. Maybe take a high res. Go ahead and maybe play with some nano mesh a little bit, which will be fun. So create some cloth textures, some different shapes, and then yay, we did it. Let's see. All right, space time and ooh, I'm gonna butcher this. I'm really sorry. Discommule. Awesome. Hopefully I said that right. All right, let's do it. So while Stream Raiders is happening, we're just gonna go ahead and get some lunch. Did I not say that name right? I'm really sorry if I butchered it. Sorry. All right, guys. All right, let's go ahead and take a break, and then I'll be right back after these messages. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's French. Awesome. Okay, cool. All right, I'll see you guys in a minute. I'm back from lunch, Alex. So that's perfect. What's up, buddy? Oh, hello. All right. Let's do Stream Raiders, and then let's get into the rest of the sculpt. Let's do it. How was dinner? What'd you eat? I had chili. Chili was delicious. Homemade chili is always good. That's the way to go. Look at that. Murder! Nice, nice. All right. Space time. Sorry. There you go. Now we're going to go. Let's go to this chest right here. All right. Bloop. Beautiful. Beautiful. Minimize that. Yeah, great profile pic, by the way. Sanchez. 320K. Woo! Hey, what's going on, Sanchez? How you doing, bud? Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to get something a little bit nicer. It is definitely one of my favorite. Sandwich with Serrano ham. Ooh.
That's a fancy ham.
I love that. That sounds delicious.
Fancy bread. Imported bread.
Yeah, well, it's typical from Spain, apparently. So awesome. Lucky. All right. All right, guys. So what we're going to do now is kind of play with a little bit of nano mesh and texturing of the suit. Kind of see what we can get out of it. And so we could play with, which would be kind of cool. So let's go ahead and do that. Also, too, this is not super bright. So let's pick soft plastic or no. Skin shade. Where are you? Skin shade 4. Tell me where you are. Oh my god. Why don't I see that? Come on. I always feel like I miss it. Where are you? Oh my stars. Oh my stars. Where are you? Yeah, whatever. Okay. Looks good. Yeah, nice. If you haven't tasted Serrano ham, you should. It's just really expensive in my area because we don't make anything, we import. Something a little bit more supermodel, I see. Thanks, Ancient. Yeah, not too bad. All right. So let's go ahead and play with some textures and stuff like that. So what I would like to do actually is turn on dynamic subdivision. Bloop. Something like such. And turn micropoly on. And now we're going to pick a shape that we would like. Something more like this. Oh, yeah. Now we can scale that down a little bit. Let's go 0.25. So this is definitely kind of what I was talking about. Like, yeah, that's almost money right there. I don't I feel like we just hit a success pocket. Okay, so let's remember the bump 02, but let's see. Let's try thick cloth. What do we got? Ooh, that's cool too. That looks really nice. Yeah, that looks cool. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna turn off dynamic, and we're gonna multiply this. What we're gonna do is actually just duplicate this. So we're gonna go ahead and duplicate. This one is going to be the vest border. Oh, did I not hit play? Top vest border. Witchcraft. Yeah. Exactly. So what we want to do is we actually want to keep the base vest the way it is, because we're going to be 3D printing. And when you do any type of anytime you do any type like micro poly or nano mesh, you can get see-through properties, and we don't want that. Like, we want it to be pretty solid all the way through. So, but we do want that kind of cut. So if you zoom all the way in here, for example, and we turn off, it's very hard to see, but if we turn off the underlining vest, you can see kind of where like the holes it's on and now it's off. So we do want it on so that way it actually does what we want it to do. I'm learning so many new things, Zbrush, from watching your streams. The first... Wait, hold on. Sorry. Bloop. Rewind. You're also learning I can't speak English. I'm learning so many new Zbrush things for watching your stream the first time after so many other bigger streamers. Nice. Well, awesome. I'm glad I can help out in any way. I also take questions too. So if you do have any questions or want my opinion on how I would approach something, you know, please let me know. Because I love helping. So anything to do to help, just let me know. But let's go back to geometry and let's actually go back in here. So all these are default in ZBrush 2021. But what we want is to have something that is going to function correctly. So we have all these bumps. If we want to get kind of more detailed a little bit. Ooh, spiky. I don't like that one. I kind of like the first one the best. You can even create your own if you really wanted to, but I don't think I do. I think honestly I'm going to stick with this, yeah, I'm going to stick with bumper 2. I think it's really cool. Gives some sort of dynamic. Who's raiding me? Who'll be raiding? Hello, Kamara's raiding! Kamara! Ah, welcome in. Shout out to Kimara, who is just the best. The best. Kimara, how's that beetle coming? I'm still in Major ZBrush, baby, so I don't even know enough to have questions yet, but thanks for letting me know. Of course, absolutely. No problem. Kimara, what is happening? How you doing? Yeah, so what we're going to do with this is we're actually going to go, let's say 0.25. There we go, yeah, something like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back up to the original vest. We're going to go and actually turn on dynamic. We're going to turn off poly on that. And then we're going to offset the thickness on that. We're going to offset that a lot. So then we can turn thickness on. Maybe what we'll actually do, just so that we get it right, is kind of push this. Okay, you wanna, there we go. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of pull this out a little bit underneath. You got work done today, just a short stream. You got a little work done today, short stream. Gotta actually do what I'm paid to do. Oh, I feel you there. But yeah. All right, let's stick that there for now. All right, we're going to do the exact same thing over here. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate this underside. Go to geometry, turn on dynamic, turn on micro poly, bumper 2, 0.25. Yeah, I feel you there. That's actually why next week my streams are just going to be like a 3-hour stream instead of full 6, just because I got work to do. Yeah, as is everyone. Yeah. All right. So now we have that. Now, perfect. Now we are going to have to adjust a little bit of our vest taper here, but we're already getting some pretty good details. So same thing. Let's go ahead and duplicate that one. Hit dynamic. Hit micro poly. Turn this on. Bumper 2. 0.25. No, that's 0.025. 0.25. There we go. Now it's all super consistent. But easy way to get some cloth texturing done. before I used to do a lot of whatchamacallit, I used to do a lot of like alphas for my cloth texturing, but to create some good geometry, this all becomes probably one of the best ways to do it. Okay. Now for this, we're actually going to go ahead and let's just Z remesh this to be super low. Okay, let's actually go like 2. There's a chance I'll be allowed to stream future work for the game, but right now it's all super secret NDA stuff. Don't say anything. Yep. Yep, that's about right. Hey, but you know what? That's good work. Yeah, I like it when you sign an NDA. I feel like you feel a little bit more accomplished. It's like you want to talk about it, but you can't. And the fact that you can't talk about it means, in my mind, like, oh, we're doing something right. Because I can't talk about the thing I want to talk about. Is Twitch going to be the next public workspace? Yeah, I wonder. Probably not 100%. You know, but nonetheless, I mean, you know, a lot of stuff happens on Twitch. A lot of work happens there. It definitely feels more official. You know, absolutely. I think because, and in my experience over the, year I've been streaming, I've had companies come in here, say hi to me, and then later do business with me. So I think it's a great opportunity not only for companies to kind of come in and vet out artists, to see their pipeline, to see what their style are, the things that they like, etc., etc. But I also think it's cool because, you know, you can interact with them as a person. You can kind of get to know them a little bit, and then people are like, hey, I know a guy, or I know this person, you know. And I think that's pretty cool. So I definitely think there's a lot of opportunity. And I think Twitch is missing out on that, on capitalizing on that a little bit. Because Twitch is more for like gaming, like, if we're going to be honest. Twitch has always been developed a little bit more about gaming because of just the TV and the way it used to was. And just now it's a lot different, you know? Okay. Let's do the same thing here. Let's actually put this at like a 1. No, that's a 14. Let's say 1. Yeah, there's always going to be things that don't have to be in the spotlight. Exactly. Yep. I should stream more often. You should, Carbon. Do it. Kamara and I are going to be figuring out a time and place in the world where our schedules align and we stream together. And when that happens, just you wait. We're going to rule the world. That's the super secret NDA. Just kidding. Though for someone like me who has absolutely no experience or insight in sculpting, game design, programming, it's amazing how accessible and insight these streams are. Right? Yeah. You know, and also too, I like to try to pride myself on being being somebody who can also kind of help people along the way. I definitely want to, you know, help artists get good answers, because there's already too much wrong information on the web. So if you can get an artist like to talk to you and like kind of help you out, I think that's also just more beneficial. There we go. I'm just gonna tuck that in for a second. Take this guy. You know, it's a good way to connect with other like-minded people as well. Even if nothing else than just to meet people. Which I find to be the most beneficial part about the whole process. Bloop. And what's fun is I've learned a lot from a lot of artists too. Hell yeah, we're gonna break Twitch. Yeah, I had to stop due to catching COVID. That pretty much did it. Yeah. I'm glad you're a lot better, Carbon. Seriously. Yeah, I'm glad you recovered from that. Also, Twitch makes me realize how awkward my English is. Oh, I'm sorry. My English is probably way worse than yours. And I don't have an excuse. Yeah. That would stop most people. Yeah, your English seems fine to me. Yep. But I'm just awkward in general. Yeah, I think we all are. Yeah. Dougie says, bruh, web is filled with nothing but truth and valuable logic coupled with several places to give your money away charitably to those who are much more value than you. Hopefully that emphasis got in there, right? There we go. What was that? That was something. Didn't you like it? Sarcasm is valued higher than Bitcoin today. Absolutely. And I expect nothing less from you, Dougie. Nothing less from you, my friend. Also, just seeing if you're awake there, Martin. I want to make sure you're alive and well. Boop. Thanks. A lot better now, and slowly getting back into the game. I'm gonna start by finishing my Red Sonja Vampire. Yes, please do. That was coming along really, really well. There we go. Cool. Sounds like a jack spine. He is ripping it out of his area, so we should be okay there. All right, let's go ahead and save this. Now, just remember too that the texturing that is happening on his vest is 100% projected. At this moment in time, it does not exist until we apply the dynamic subdivision. Do not apply the dynamic subdivision until you are ready, because while this is 2,000 poly or 2,000 active points, it will quickly jump up to somewhere in the range of like 2 million. So just be very careful about hitting apply. So just note, dynamic subdivision is just projecting what it will look like as soon as we decide to actually go for it. In the meantime, we have to make sure that life is good. All right, let's go ahead and let's go 1 as well. That's why I'm also Z-remeshing the straps, because we're going to be projecting some sort of fiberish texture on there as well. It was interesting seeing Offer, Mr. Pixelogic, aka Mr. Zbrush, aka Bob Ross is sculpting, actually using Zbrush and seeing how fully tuned in it he is to his product. I know, it was super amazing actually to see all of that going through. It was really cool kind of seeing like the technical aspects of concepting that he was able to he was just arting, man, and that was awesome. You love Vegeta in the top right? Thank you. Yeah. People who aren't awkward make me suspicious. If they are too smooth, I feel like they're trying to sell me something. Yeah. I totally get it. Okay, we will be applying the thickness a little bit to this guy. Why not? There we go. And let's see if we can actually get some sort of texture on here. So for this one, oops, we're going to turn that one off. We're actually going to go ahead and duplicate, go back up, hit apply on this one, come down to this one, micropoly on, and then let's get, I want some kind of like band almost. So maybe No, that's not gonna work. Not that one. Not that one. Although that is pretty cool. Not what I'm looking for. Definitely not what I'm looking for. That's not chainmail. I think we're gonna go with like kind of thick cloth, but we're gonna tone that thickness down. But let's see. What happens if we scale this down to... First, let's solo it. Let's see what we're actually getting. Let's go 0.5. Yeah, I'm not really digging that either. There we go. Let's hit a line. This one, we're going to back this up and take that thickness off. This one. Let's actually kick that thickness up. Is that too much? Is that too noisy? I have to look at that. Normally an owner is so far removed from the product that it's not funny. Yeah, usually, well, what usually happens in my experience, somebody creates something that's really cool, then they sell it, and then that's it. And yeah, they're so far detached. Yeah. Hey, yo, so it was nice to see him still using it. He was able to so effortlessly explain what he was doing as he used the cool new brushes. That was cool to watch. Absolutely. Does micropoly create some kind of problem when printing? It can if you're not careful. If we go ahead and take a look, you can see here there's a lot of spacing. Hard to turn double on, for example. It's all single-sided geometry. So what you want to be able to do is make sure you weld that geometry accordingly. So at this point, when I were to go ahead and accept this, that's why I duplicated this tube to keep on the inside. And then when I actually have this tube right here applied, so let's come back for a second. When I finally apply the tube that I like, I'll be able to inflate the inside of it and kind of weld it all back together. It's also single-sided, so I can apply some sort of thickness to it. Maybe just turn around and actually give it a wall thickness. So I would have to tweak it, but for going for something that's a little bit cooler, a little bit more fancy, this is an easy way to approach, but there is some back-end work for sure. Yeah, to keep in contact with the micropoly. Yep, exactly. So, but because projecting is ZBrush's strong suit now, that's where the dynamic thickness, that's where the dynamic subdivisions as a whole is, it's its new strong suit. It's what kind of separates ZBrush from a lot of other programs. And so with features like micropoly or even nanomesh, that's definitely a place that you can get some really fun, cool details quickly without actually increasing your active points until you're ready. So yeah, here I'm just kind of going through the different options. You can even create your own if you so choose. If you don't like any of these options, you can actually turn around and create your own patterns yourself, and then you're good to go. But for right now, I think actually I'm going to just pick something that stands out to be the best of the best of the best, sir. With honors. No problem. You know, I don't want to get too fancy either, but I do definitely want to kind of have something that's cool and different. And since it's my version based off of the original, I kind of just get to go nuts. And ultimately, I'm thinking I'm not liking any of these selections the more I'm staring at them. Like, this is probably the coolest feature. Like, the coolest one of it, but it's so... blah? Like 0.5? Yeah, it's just a little bit too much. So what I could do is actually, instead of play with dynamics, I could probably scale this up. Actually, let's go back. Let's go dynamics, thickness on. Let's turn smoothness up a little bit. Ooh, that was too much. Here we go. Let's go 0.05. Nope. 0.005, 0.007, 0.01. There we go, that's better. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe I just kind of discovered something. Hold on. Maybe I turned on the smooth subdivision. It wasn't turned on. And maybe... Ooh. Okay, maybe I'm finding something I like here. Just maybe. You can see here, it kind of breaks a little bit. It gets a little muddled. So you just got to be careful here. Actually, let's hit a line for a second. Hit rotate, see if we get a better tubing. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. Okay. So you can rotate Z, and you can rotate the X-axis as well. Kind of see if you find anything that you like. And then for the scale, let's actually go 1. Maybe 1.5. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually like that. So 1.5, scale 0.1. You're going to remember that because we'll come here and do the exact same thing. Duplicate this, back, apply this on. Scales 1, where were you? Scales 1. Rotate the Z. With a line. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to go click this one again. Okay, go ahead and duplicate it. Come back to the original one, apply that one. Come here, micropoly turned on. None. And then scales 1. Align. Perfect. There we go. There we go. So just add some of that texture. Now, if you guys want to see exactly how much this would get. All right, I gotta hop, gotta relax and play some games to sum up a good day. Heck yeah, citizen. Take it easy, buddy. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Enjoy your weekends. Okay, so now we're gonna go number 5, and then we're gonna call this macro detailing. So really just hitting the heavier, the bulkier stuff. So now, okay, if you guys are curious, just this one alone, I can already kind of feel it lagging. This is 2,000 active points. If I were to just go ahead and hit apply, $6.4 mil. So this is why it's careful to be. This is why it's good to be careful when you're using the micro poly or the nano mesh, because once you accept all your changes, you are actually applying real geometry, and that can get a lot. Yeah, 2,000 turned into 6 mil. So do not hit apply until you are ready. That's the best way to say it. Yeah. You can see here, it looks like the UVs are kind of funky a little bit. So what we're going to do is actually go mirror and weld, which got rid of that UV problem. It's only really on one side. Everything else is kind of hidden. So that's fine. Yeah, that's as quick as it happens. So just be careful. You have been warned. All right, there we go. And with this, let's go back, switch color to the blue. Let's hit fill object. And that's how Ian Robinson's made the fourth time. Yes, pretty much, yeah. Right? But now I can handle it better. Yeah. But what's also cool about the projection, right, is that I'm able to kind of sit here and, you know, tweak my design a little bit, and it's still just projecting all that information. Yeah. But we're going to end up doing this to a lot of things, so... What's up?
You made mother's amino acid drink before, right?
Yes.
Hold
on a second. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Nicely done with the attires, the clothing. Thank you. Yeah, Moshi. Thank you. Yeah. It's just a nice technical way of doing it, which is really awesome. Yeah. I mean, I could have spent the time to do this all by hand, but why? You know? And actually, I'm realizing that these seams seem to be a little too busy, so we're going to go ahead and fix that. No sexy time fatality? Not yet. Not yet. Fatality. We will get there. All right. All right. Party! You get some coins. There you go. There you go. Bloop. So I'm taking a look at this, and this is just way too busy. There's just way too much information happening here. So let's pick another one. Do something more like that. And let's bring that down to like 0.5. There we go. Yeah, that's something more like that. It's a little bit better. Because while there'll be textures up close, there'll be textures up close, but it's not overpowering. That's the most important part. You can tell my machine's already kind of lagging a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Noisemaker? No, this is just the dynamic subdivision with micro poly turned on. I used to use Noisemaker all the time. What's up, Snickles? Used to use Noisemaker all the time, but not anymore. Or not as much anymore. Just because of how well micro poly works over everything else. There we go. Martin! Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and apply some other textures to set thing. So let's come up here. We're going to test a few things on his hood, just to see what kind of cloth material we can get. So we're actually going to turn off all the painting. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and duplicate this. Now let's actually do something. Let's keep our groups and bring this down really low. Let's go like a 5. That texture on that blue is so satisfying. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, let's actually go lower than this. Let's do a 1. Whoop, that broke. Let's just do half. Okay. There we go. I'm like, I don't know why it wants to do the thing it wants to do. All right, let's delete this one here. Nope, not append, delete. So, yep, we want this guy right here. There we go. Oh, it meant to be black. Whoops. There we go. Okay. There we go. So at this point now, we dynamic. Yeah, let's actually go back with that thickness. Beautiful. It's a little bit more skin tight, I think. Let's hit solo for a second, so we're not lagging the stream as much. This is where it gets a little heavy. And the other thing too is, let's say we pick what we like real quick. If we are experiencing lag issues, what you can do is you could just turn off your dynamic projection. What is this one? Let's take this, let's fill that color. Okay, perfect. So something like this, turn that off, that kind of hides that, and then you don't have to worry too much. This is heavy, Doc. This is really heavy, yeah. So anytime we have this, we'll just turn off that dynamic preview, and that will speed your machine up a little bit. Because even though it's a projection, it still has to think on the fly. So the more you have projecting, the more complicated it can be. So while you're working on something else, if you're just experiencing too much lag, just turn that off for a little bit, and then before you just make sure you apply before you end up finishing it. Okay. So we're going to take that hoodie. We're going to go ahead and duplicate said hoodie. We're going to hit solo. I'm also going to turn off the paint. Now let's go to dynamic. Micro poly again. And now we want kind of more of a fabric-y, weavy kind of suit texture. And we can do you could do something like that and really scale it down. But I find that doesn't work as much. Meanwhile, they have patterns like this. If this doesn't work, which I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to work. It's not. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. Turn this part off. This is where Noisemaker kind of comes into play. And if you're going to do Noisemaker, then some of you asked for how I would do UVs. So what we do is we have this at its lowest poly group. Go out to Z plugin. Go ahead and say work on clone. Get an error message apparently. Oh, it's because dynamic is turned on. Okay. Hey, let's turn polygroups on and hit unwrap. Okay, didn't want to work on clone. That's fine. So you go to UVs, polygroups turned on, and then what happens is if you morph this, if I hit flatten, here's my UV. It's not always the best, but it gets the job done. So let's unflatten that. There we go. And now what we can do is we can actually subdivide this a few times, get something with a little bit more oomph to it. Now we can go ahead and go to surface, and we can go to lightbox and either pick a fabric texture that we like. So maybe something like this. But this is obviously applying a weird color to it. So we go to edit. Turn on UVs. That's going to help a lot. Set frame. Frame one more time. This is a little hard to see. It always kind of has been. Let's go 0.01. 0.005. And then we can increase the strength a little bit. Let's take that color down to 0. Kind of see what's going on here. Just a little bit. I'm just going to end up playing a lot with how much noise we introduce, how strong we want that. You don't want that fairly strong. Go ahead and hit OK. Now we have something more like this. Go ahead and this is a too dark of a color. Let's go a little bit more gray. And let's go ahead and fill that object. And again, this is a projection. Go ahead and move. I was the type, if it was a type of food, I would only eat breakfast food. Oh, hold on, I missed it. Oof. If you could only eat one thing for the rest of your life, what would it be? And that's what she said, food. Funny. Let's see. I would just say one meal. What would it be? I think pizza is the best because it has different variations. Oh, interesting. Maybe like a breakfast burger, best of both worlds. I love pizza too. Yeah, that's a good question. Let me see. My son is screaming cheeseburger at the moment. But I think this is a good one. Pizza's good too. Lots of variations. If you have the choice of variations, I would say everything would have to revolve around an egg. Because then I can make a variety of different types, from regular eggs to omelets to quiche, you know, even an egg sandwich. Like, there's a lot you can do with that. So kind of digging that idea. Variations are option. I'm going to go with rice. You could do anything with rice. That's true too, yeah. Rice is a good one. Yeah, rice is definitely a good option as well. Okay, now what we're going to do with Noisemaker, and why I love it so much, is we're going to go to Edit. I'm going to hit Save, and we're going to call this Suit. We'll call this Suit Texture. Now what I can do. Same thing here. Geometry, let's go ahead and actually, well, let's save it. And what about potatoes? You can only live for a while on potatoes. You agree? All right, eggs are good. Eggs are the best. Rice is a good one too, definitely. Potatoes, I mean, with variations, you can add things like potatoes and stuff into it, as long as eggs is the main staple. That would be the only exception. you know, that's where the variations has to kick in, is that the variation has to make sense as long as that is the base component. So you can add things to it, and you can add anything to eggs. I mean, 4 eggs and a little piece of steak. Oof. An omelet, potato. I mean, you can have meat, rice, beans, cheese, all that goes into an omelet. Yeah. You guys got me hungry. All right, let's go ahead and keep groups. Tell us about a 1. Zero measure. Bloop. Okay, maybe not a 1. Ooh, you know what we could do? We can crease Paul Gabry a couple times. Keep creases. Call this about a 5. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Oh, yeah. And then we're going to just uncrease everything. Geometry crease. Geometry crease. Uncrease all. There we go. So now we still get that kind of smooth effect. Crease and Paul Gabry. You're always hungry. Yeah, more now than ever, too. Oh, my gosh. I'm so freaking hungry now. All the time. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing. Go to Z, plug in symmetry. Going to turn that one off on this time because these are not symmetrical. And then keep the polygroups and then unwrap. So now we have some UVs. And the reason for the UVs again is that we're going to go to the surface. We're going to go to noise. We're just going to input noise. Come here. We're going to open. Now we have this texture that's on there. Say okay. So now we got this that's on there. So at least it's now starting to match the headpiece. And all we need to do now at this point is go to edit and maybe just scale it down just a little bit to match. So we'll call this 0.0025. Yeah, but then we'll increase the strength just a bit more. Say okay. Something like that. I'm also going to just subdivide it a few times. There we go. Yeah, now we're getting... Now we're cooking with fire. There we go. All right, and let's do the same thing with his pants. From here on his pants, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete higher on that. Let's go ahead and create the select lasso so that we can get a couple edge loops here. Ooh, that's perfect. That actually has different edge loops. Go here, hit auto groups. Now we have these different loops. Let's see here. Let's put that back kind of more like there. There we go. Okay. And now we can go ahead, poly groups, turn symmetry on for this one, unwrap. Now we have that UV here. Then we'll subdivide it a few times, get something close to what we want. And then we'll do the same thing. Let's go to surface, noise, click UVs, open, click the one thing that we need. Frame that. Go ahead, hit OK. There we go. So now we got some suit texture. And same thing, we need to go back in there and actually make that a little smaller, just because it's much larger. So 0.025. No, 0.0025. Boom. There we go. Hit OK. There we go. We replacing polygroup and calling Paul Gabry now? Yeah, let's. It's his button. To be fair. If we're talking about literally the exact same meal, no variation for every meal for the rest of my life, I'd still go with rice. But it would be rice with sweet peppers, green onions, habanero, garlic, and a little soy sauce. Little sriracha, egg, and canned mandarin oranges. Ooh, I don't like that. But like egg on one side, oranges on the other. Gotta have a little sweetness. If it's gonna be my meal forever. There you go. Yep, that sounds delish. I don't know what it would be if I had to have a meal forever. Being honest about it, yeah, that's pretty heavy. Okay, let's go ahead and keep creases, keep groups, Zbrush. And then let's go ahead and unwrap. Keeping such low geometry allows you to unwrap very, very quickly. Same thing here. We're going to go ahead and go to geometry, crease, uncrease all. Wow, that sounds amazing, Kamara. Yeah, have you been thinking about this for a while? Yeah, sounds like she might have had a thought or two about it. There we go. Go up a little bit in subdivision. All right, let's go polygroup. No, not polygroup, sorry. Surface. A lot of rinse and repeat here. Frame it. Say okay. There we go. There we go. Now, for this, we're actually going to go with a different type of texture, just so it breaks the monotony and it becomes more of the boot. So what we're going to do here is make sure that we completely 100% go to our lowest texture, and let's divide this a little bit. Let's actually split it right here and split it right all the way across here. And the reason why it's giving me problems here is because of all these different triangles. It thinks it's ending the loop on top, but we're going to fix that. Go here, auto groups. We don't need to hit mirror and weld on it. It's not going to be a big deal. We're going to go ahead and keep groups. Zbrush. Perfect. Let's pick this one. Make that a different polygroup altogether. Perfect. Now we have that. Unwrap. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate the follow. You may or may not have eaten that with either egg or oranges. Not both. 5 times a week for many years. I'm trying to increase mine. I just got a rice cooker, figuring out gluten diet, free diet, yeah. Okay. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and subdivide a few times. Get it up there a little bit. Let's actually create, let's go to noise, not deformation. I keep clicking that button. Noise maker, UVs. So let's actually see if we can have something kind of cool here. A little bit different texture. First we use the noise 26. So now I want something a little bit more subtle. But still some sort of fabric. And I'm kind of leaning more towards noise 7. Okay. We're going to go ahead, go edit, hit UV, which automatically makes things a little bit different. That color, And then we're going to bring down the alpha scale. So it'll be a little bit more like sock-like. And we're really looking for breaking. This is going to be hidden so that UV is okay to be hidden there. There we go. Yeah, that should be fine. Go ahead and hit OK. Let's go ahead and grab that. Grab that color. Let's grab our paintbrush. Let's go to color, fill object. Actually, we really want to make sure that we get this color. Since this is the color we're really going for at this point. You don't want true black. You still want the shadows coming through. So we get a little bit of noise there. And we're going to use that same noise that we did for his socks for underneath his uniform as well. What noise texture is this? Looks like the one I've been looking for to make jeans. Oh, if in Zbrush, if you go down to Surface and you click Lightbox Noisemakers, that one in particular is Noise 7. And then just adjust it in the edit feature, which I know is a little hard to see on my stream, but you'll be able to adjust the noise level as well as the scale and the color and stuff. It's a great little thing. And then when you get what you like, you can actually go ahead and save this. And so we'll call this number 2 on the suit texture that we have. Then you can apply that to whatever else you need. Like here, for example, I recommend also too making sure that you have UVs on. It just makes life easier. Dang it, didn't know about the orbs. Yep. No worries, man, no worries. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. Let's keep groups. Let's take this down to about a 2. Have symmetry turned on? We do. Let's go ahead and do this. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and unwrap it. So we get those UVs. Let's go ahead and save it. It's been a while. I think you just changed my whole experience. Anything to help, bro. Anything to help. Let's go ahead and hit color, fill. And then, so now that we have saved that type of texture before, we can go back to surface. We can just go ahead and hit noise. Click to UV once we have the UV there. And you're presented with this. Hit open. We'll pick the second texture that we have now developed. And then we just say okay. And boom, now we have our texture that's being projected right there. Now we're good to go. And again, from here, once we like what we see, all we have to do is just hit apply to mesh when you're ready, and you're good to go. It'll apply that to texture and make that actual geometry. Just be careful when you hit apply to mesh, as in it can ramp up your active points, but also too, if your active points aren't high enough, it may not hold all that detail. So get to a good subdivision level before hitting apply. And here, for example, I'm actually going to go ahead and switch this out for this guy. I like that texture a lot on that undersuit. Way better. Yeah, that's much better. Same thing here. Always edit, open. Okay. There we go. Looks a little bit more fabric-y. A little bit more comfortable. Yeah, I've had things explode when I actually apply to mesh. Yeah, you can. So that's why I recommend having UVs on there. And They don't have to be perfect. You just basically have to get a decent, UV, something you can work with that has, you know, low polys. Like for example, if we go ahead and turn off the noise, I have this super low with just a few poly groups selected, and then I unwrapped with poly groups and symmetry turned on if symmetry is needed. If it's not, turn it off. But have poly groups clicked on. This will allow me to then have the UVs unwrap in a favorable way. And then you just put your subdivision back up, turn on noise, good to go. I wish let's see. Yeah, I've had things explode. Made some interesting afros. Yeah, for sure. I wish I know how to control it. The UVs stop it from exploding? Yes, the UVs actually help it stay a bit more controlled because you're now mapping to the UVs. When you go into edit, right up here, it'll say 3D or UV. When it's on 3D, it actually is just kind of guessing. But when UV is turned on, it actually has a map to follow. So I do recommend using UVs because then it has a guideline. And it's just a little bit easier that way. May not be 100% perfect, but worth giving it a shot. I've had great success with using UVs that way. Okay, let's actually go ahead and... What time is it? It's 1:40? And we got 35 seconds for Stream Raiders. So let's go back real quick and just kind of showcase what we have so far. Yeah, we don't need this one anymore. We can just hit delete on that. So we have our, let's see, neck cloth. We're going to need to apply some UVs to that as well. But oops, not that one. That one. Look what we got so far. So where we are just with using micro poly and UV noise. You have no idea what a help that is. Oh, awesome, dude. I'm so happy. So happy to help, man. There we go. So this is what we got so far. There we go. Let's go ahead and hit save. Let's do Stream Raiders! Battle's ready! Let's do it. Alright. Hannibal, I don't know if you're a part of my Discord, but if you are not a part of the Discord, and you have questions, go ahead and pop in there, because there's a lot of knowledgeable people in there who can also help too. But feel free to tag me in something if you have a question, and I'll help you as best I can, man. But yeah, give it a shot. It's really worth it. All right, J. Crew. You know what time it is. Got that award. Woohoo! Questionable, unknown challenge level. Is my bomber ready? My bomber is ready. Guys, I'm dropping a bomber for the experience. If we lose, we lose. But at least I got the experience. It's kind of the way it is. Drop an epic, please. Dude, anyone who knows me knows you just messed up. I always have a question. Good, me too. So maybe we can help each other out. All right. Ask your questions away. Best part about learning is connecting. All right. Okay, this is about where we are right now. Okay. Just hit solo for a second. Actually gonna go ahead and delete that one. Actually realized I don't want micro poly on these guys anymore. I changed my mind. Just too heavy. Too bulky. There are a bunch of us in there who love answering questions. Oh yeah. Yep. So many wonderful people in there, too. All right. Let's go ahead and delete this guy. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. I don't want to make it heavy unnecessarily. Like, that doesn't make any sense. We already have so much going on. We now need to kind of figure out his plates and see what kind of design we want on there. And I think at this point we're going to go ahead and apply the plate thickness, solo that out, which we have different polygroups for, which is awesome. Let's now turn around and keep creases, keep groups, and let's ZBrush it. Get excited when I know the answer. Oh, seriously. Biggest one at the moment. I've sculpted a half human, half planar face. On the planar side, I want to crease edges, but the topology doesn't follow. Is there a way to crease those edges and simplify the topology in ZBrush? There is, absolutely. There's a few different ways to approach that. All of them do require Z-remeshing it, but I will show you a technique on how to get... I'll show you the technique I like to use when, especially with faces, on trying to get proper edge flow to then properly crease it as quickly as possible. So, what we'll do, let's save this real fast. And we'll just take my beautiful skull here that everybody just loves and adores. Here we go. Okay. We're going to take the one. Let's split hidden. Actually, let's delete lower. Let's grab this one, split hidden. So now we just have the skull. Okay. So this process is pretty straightforward, but it requires painting. Okay. So what we're going to do is actually take a color like white because we want it as contrasty as possible. And we're going to go ahead and grab our paintbrush. So BPA, go to color and hit fill object. So now we're in white. And now we're going to do is actually pick a super dark color, almost pure black. Now this is so that we can control the edge flow in the areas that we want. You can do this symmetry or without symmetry. It's completely up to you. But since you have two different designs, half human, half planar face, on the planar side, you know, if that's asymmetrical, then, you know, draw this out according to your model. But what we're going to do here is with paint turned on 100%, turn on lazy mouse a little bit. Let's say I want to have as clean a topology as possible. What we're going to do is start actually drawing lines. Let's actually go up lazy mouse a little bit harder so I can get super clean lines. I'm going to go ahead and draw where I want the edge flow to go. And make sure that they're all connected and close. It doesn't matter how thick or thin the line is. What matters is how clean that line is. Let's go ahead and come up here. I'm going to go ahead and draw. Say I want the edge flow to come around here. And now I want to kind of create like, not that way. I want to create edge flow around this area. So I'm just going to draw where I think I need the edge flow to be. And overlaps like this, kind of clean those up as best you can. Go ahead and connect that. Now see, this isn't connected, so I need to come down here, connect this. I'm actually going to get rid of that. I'm going to come across and kind of connect that right there. And now you can go as crazy detail oriented as you want. It's completely up to you. I say make it as simple as possible, but for tutorial purposes, we'll just keep it as such here. So now we got our shapes, and we're like, yeah, this works pretty well, right? What we want to do is turn polygroups on, come up to Z plugin, and we're gonna go to polygroup it. And there's this feature right here called polygroup it from paint. Probably the best feature on the planet when it comes to this type of work. Go ahead and click that and give it a second. Now, you'll notice I have all of this right here with different polygroups coming in. You could do one of two things at this point. You could just hit Z-remesh, or you could do what I like to do, which is kind of clean it up a little bit. So this is very close green to this green. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this is a different polygroup by isolating it by hitting Shift Control Tap. It works better if you have the select rec on. And I'll make sure it's just a different color, something really contrasty. Maybe like yeah, that's a little bit like a purple. Okay. From here, I actually want to kind of clean up the edges a little bit. They're all just a little too jaggy for me, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit comma on my keyboard. I'm going to go to brush, smooth, and come up to smooth groups. Hold shift and double tap on that. So now my smooth brush is now smooth groups, which is right up here. What this will let me do is we can go ahead, turn off smooth RGB, and just start smoothing out. You can tone that down a little bit too. Just kind of smooth out some of the roughness of each and every one of these groups. Is what we're going to be doing is telling ZBrush to follow these guides as much as possible. And because it's symmetrical, doesn't really quite matter so much about what's going on underneath. It's all about the groups at this point. This just allows us to get in here, kind of clean this up. Now, I'm doing this a little fast, but this will help you just kind of isolate this area and get it as clean as possible. If you want to do this a little quicker, what you can do is come over here to deformation, polish by groups, click that. That might help you out a little bit too. But I like smooth groups. It's just a little bit more controllable. Once you get that the way you like it, you can go ahead, come up to geometry, go up to Z-remesh. Now you could do one of two things too. Sorry, I'm going to backtrack for a second. If you want to crease these edges, all you have to do is come up to crease and crease polygroups. And that will crease those polygroups for you. We nickname it Crease Paul Gabry because that's kind of like his thing. But crease polygroups, then go to Z-remesher, turn on keep groups, turn on keep creases, set your target destination. We'll start with 5, and then go ahead and hit Z-remesh. And you'll see right now how this is here. And it's going to follow and try to create the edge flow based on all your polygroups, giving you cleaner geometry without re-topologizing the entire thing. Let's go ahead and turn the color. Yeah, exactly. Polygroup, look at it. Yeah, exactly. But now you can see here, now you might get a little hiccup once in a while in this area. So what you can do if that happens is make sure that you do try to work in symmetry as much as possible, or you just kind of go back over and try again. Try to hit Z-remesh, and maybe pick a different size, maybe pick 3, and just try. Oh, you're my guy who did the Pharaoh Queen. Sweet, I think I already posted in Discord. Yep, that's me. So once you get this, you can even kind of go in here, fix it. Then you can select this part, right? make that its own poly group even. And now you can do the same exact thing. There you go. And now you have clean topology, and it's creased. So if you try to subdivide a little bit, you can see the creased edges. And if you don't like those, uncrease them. Yep. I think you already posted in Discord. Nice, man. Nice. Appreciate it. Forget Lisa needs braces. Yeah. I'm not stealing his thing. But yeah. Anyway, so that's how you would do it. Uncrease at that point if you need to. And now you have pretty decent. And then from here, you come up to Z plugin with your lowest subdivision. So make sure you delete your higher subdivision. Now you have your brand new. You can go up to UV master, symmetry, polygroups, unwrap. And now you have pretty decent UVs. You can go ahead and flatten them. And here's your UVs that you can now work with and clean up a little bit if you would desire. And then you can go ahead and use that information for future projects. So hopefully that was helpful. But that's what I would recommend on how you go about doing it so you can get controllable geometry as quickly as possible. Now, do note, you can make this as close to game ready as possible, but ideally you would want to manually retopologize for full control. But if you're like me, who's just needing some clean topology, get some good UVs in there, that's workable, this is the best solution for, like, quick, fast, and in a hurry. I posted a Scarlet Witch that I was asked to do, and Elizabeth Oltha's head. I hate that woman right now. Want to open my red? Oh, poor guy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen your work before. Then, yeah. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Ooh, techie. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes. 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 Hello. Hello. All right. Of course. Of course. So yeah, hopefully that was helpful to you. Yep. Thanks, man. I'll give it a pass. It's not symmetrical, but I'll give it a go. Yeah. If it's not symmetrical, just keep do everything asymmetrically. Draw your lines, but the process is the same. Just make sure you're not working with symmetry at that point. And when you unwrap with UVs, make sure you have symmetry turned off, so that way it doesn't automatically make your model symmetrical or freak out and blow up in your face, which has happened to me one too many times. Let's be honest. Now, the cool part too is once you get something like this, all is not lost. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. I'm going to go ahead and drag this all the way back to the beginning. Right? So we have... Oh, quick. Okay. Just real quick from here. Okay. All is not lost. The other thing too is don't forget you can project your stuff. So once you if you duplicate your model, and then you go ahead and hit solo for a second and subdivide a few times, then you can come up here to project all. And then you can get all that information back onto your model and have all those proper clean topology. Be right back. Work's over. Time to go home and do some 3D. Yay, Thailand. So that's another way you could do it too, man. That way you all that work you spent sculpting isn't lost. You don't have to, you will only have to fix a little bit if you find breakage from time to time, but then you can end up throwing away this guy, and you can see the detail is, this was before, after, before, after. So there to go. All right, let's take this blue. Time is that? It's almost 2 o'clock. I'm gonna note that down, and I'm gonna just make that a YouTube video. I've been figuring on doing that for a while, and I haven't done it. So let me note that down real quick, and I'll post it on YouTube as like how to use polygroup for clean edge loops. Mark 2 minute polygroup Zbrush. I'll figure out the proper name later. Like 2 p.m. Okay. Keep that, keep that logged. Thanks for the time. I can post the planner. Yes, please do. Absolutely. Yeah. I had her likeness, then I tried to make her pretty, and I lose the likeness. Added eyes late, and all's lost again. I can't wait. Yeah, likenesses are very, very tough, man. Hello, Ninar. Welcome back. It's a sculptor and the same mail. I wish I could buy so I could sculpt it. Nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, likenesses are a pain in the ass, man. Not gonna lie. They are just sometimes. You just gotta keep moving it and you'll get it. You'll get it. I think the most important thing I've learned to pay attention to when it comes to likenesses is the shadows and the highlights. Those can really make or break a likeness. You can get somebody super close, but paying attention to their the shadow points and the highlights tend to be a little bit more help for me, because then I can really see it, and then that kind of helps point into that direction. But doesn't always make it easier, that's for sure. Okay, what we're gonna do here. What is this? Look at this. What are you doing there? Okay. Not quite sure what's happening there, but it's doing that thing. Okay. Do that right there. There we go. All right. Different poly groups, get all that goodness going. Set our Z modeler. Likenesses I like to call an exercise in pixel fuck. Yeah, you're not wrong. Go ahead and get rid of that one. Let's get that. Ugh. What the hell is happening? Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead and increase. Nothing's worse than fighting with topology, you know? Like, what is happening here? Definitely need to, like, fix some of this. So let's do that. Let's keep creases, keep groups. Let's do this at a 2. There we go. In and out, left, right. It's nuts. Yep. Move one little thing and the whole thing breaks. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. You know, that's half the battle. That's half the fun. Double your pleasure, but double may come. Alright, let's turn double on. Z modeler one more time, kind of hover over this area, extrude all. I'm gonna go ahead and extrude this a couple times, turn double off. If you extrude from the inside, do note that you just flipped your normals, so make sure to flip those back. Digging through the archive. Yes, just a little. You double your pleasure, you double your fun. You double your pleasure, where double may go. Yep, that's about right. Come on, you gotta live a little. I'll go as far back as kindergarten for that, so don't you worry. Alright. Okay. Now that we have a pretty decent low topology arm guard, or shin guard, actually. Wow, that was... Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of smooth that area out. Just relax smoothing it by selecting it, relax smoothing it, and letting it go. That's why I love actually having poly groups, because then you can just... If you relax smooth, you're not actually moving the topology, you're not moving that edge. so you can really kind of clean things up quickly. Select, relax, smooth, get them all nice, and boom, you're good to go. That was a torturous meeting. Ooh. How so? Torturous meetings, they're never fun, you know? You know? Oh, school's tagging me. Don't forget to do that thing. Bunch of nonsense. And about reopening the library, of course. Alright, let's come here to... We'll turn symmetry on, and we're going to unwrap with those polygroups on. So again, we have nice... Again, if we take a look at this, we go to Zbrush, there you go, flatten. Take a look. Our topology on our UVs aren't bad. These aren't terrible. You know, they're not the best, but they're definitely not terrible. So, flatten. It's all workable, and that's the best part. So let's go ahead, go to surface. We're going to try to get a little... something a little bit more... Yeah. I really don't fucking know. Let's go to lights. Yeah. Ooh. Should we do some sort of like marble effect? Oh, that's sick. You kind of want like some sort of steel too, though. So, or leather. Ooh, this one actually. I've never used this. Nope. Yeah, ooh, this could be cool. Look at all that. Look at that. Let's go to edit. Let's turn UVs on. Let's go to frame. Take the color down to 0. So you get something like that. I'm gonna go kind of a... And what's cool about having UVs is you should be able to then adjust the angle as you need as well. They're down here underneath where my picture is currently, so if you can't see it, that's why. You can even adjust the offsets. You can even adjust the scaling of the certain of that certain axis. You can even change some of the fall off properties right up here. Kind of affect some of the edges. Just want something kind of subtle, but something strong. Go. Say okay. There we go. Let me see something real quick. Let's turn noise off, geometry. Do I have things creased? I do have things creased, and I don't want things creased. So let's go crease on all, and crease all. There we go. I do want a nice little fall off. Let's hit that blue again. Killing me faster. Hold on, did I miss stuff? Yeah. Suddenly the whole... Oh yeah. Okay. Color, fill object. Now let's go back to noise. So surface. Turn noise back on. It remembers what we had. Now this breaking right here on this edge loop, that part, that's part of the noise itself. So we can go back into edit and kind of fix that a little bit. And you know what? I don't think I like this one. So we're going to go ahead and hit delete. Go back to Noisemaker and let's see if we can find something else. Yeah, let's try noise 14. Let's go into edit. Color still 0. Yeah, that's going to be better. That's definitely going to be better. Go to frame. Yeah, that's a little bit more consistent. A little bit more what I'm looking for. Yeah, perfect. Go to strength. Hit UV. Again, so we get that consistent. Go to strength. Yeah, something like that. Boom. There we go. There we go. I need to take a break from 3D for this weekend. My brain has the consistency of slush ice. Oh, man. Dude, I totally feel you. Yeah, take a break. I've been, I didn't do anything in 3D yesterday. I took a complete break, too. You need to sometimes, you know? I think it's super helpful to do so. So yeah, definitely take a break. All right, cool. And we get a little bit of a pitting action on there. Okay. Let's come up here and let's do something similar. Let's go ahead and hit apply for this. We should have different poly groups. So we're just gonna go ahead, keep creases, keep groups, and Z-remesh it. Let's go 0.5. There we go, nice. I've been giving myself Saturdays off for the most part. It's important. Gotta feel. Ooh, somebody's rating. Who's rating? Darkstone Digital! Dude! Shout out to Darkstone Digital. You guys don't know who he is. He's an amazing dude who makes amazing games. Check out his shit. It's me! It's a me! Dude, Darkstone. Look at what we got going here, brother. Look, man. Move is done. Yes. Nice. You're back, baby. You're back. Yeah, man. Yeah. Nice, man. Nice. Oh, she. Yeah, we're doing my own personal take on Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat 2. Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2. Old school Mortal Kombat. We're kind of in the ZBrush texturing phase of it right now. How you doing, man? How you doing? What were you working on? Show me your shit. Show me what you got. Oh yeah, check this out. This is the spinal cord he's going to be holding in this statue too, man. So we got a lot happening. Let's go ahead and stamp that right there while we texture. All right, Eternity Assistant Development, back at it again, finally. Now that I have a desk again. Nice. Nice, man. That's awesome. Dude, last time I peeked at it, your game was looking pretty sick, so I can't wait, dude. I can't wait, man. All right, let's go ahead and hit our UVs. We're going to unwrap them. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and relax smooth this real quick. There we go. Yeah, gotta go have pizza, but we'll keep you up. Keep you up, my man. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Well, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you moved. Everything was good. Have a great one. Eat that pizza. Sprinkle a little bit of whatever the fuck you want on it. Including pineapple, if that's what you want.
Stop that.
Really throw Martin for a loop. Pizza is important. For sure. It's going in my face. I got this. Nice, man. All right, have a good one. Have a good one. All right. Hey, IR. How are you, sir? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm just sculpting, working, sculpting, trying to relax, take it easy, you know, up my game, and just enjoy myself. How about you? How are you doing? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and subdivide this a few times, and let's do the same thing. We're gonna go up to surface. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go into noise, hit UV, and then there's a feature called noise plugin. And I think I kind of want to see what other things we have in here. Let's try. Nope, I lied. Cancel. I'll tell you that right now. Let's actually back up our subdivision. Let's go to dynamic subdivision. Brian's gonna go sleep now. He's been on wine. I'm good, sir. Thank you. Of course, absolutely. Yep. Gotta relax. Enjoy yourself. All right, smooth that a little bit. Gonna turn on that micro poly. Bump it. Ooh, that's too much. Turn that off. Turn that off. Nope, we don't want that. Okay. Go ahead and apply this. Duplicate it. Let me go back. Turn micro poly on now. There we go. I don't sleep, but I do treat myself. Yeah, you have to treat yourself, man. You have to. It's the only way it works, right? The only way it works. Okay. What was I? All right, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's find something a little bit more gritty. Not thick cloth. What do I want? These need to take a beating. Let's see something real quick. I just kind of want to try, see what this looks like. Ooh, that's gonna be thick. Yep, never mind. Turn that shit off. Never mind. All right. I got too many thoughts in my head. All right, there we go. Let's go to surface. Yeah, we're just gonna do surface. At first, I was gonna do poly, blah blah blah. Yeah, micro poly, but it's too heavy. Surface should be just as good. In fact, let's go to. Let's just copy this surface here. Let's go to edit. Let's go to save. Let's call this ads. Perfect. And now let's go here, go to noise, go to not save, go to open, go to pads, and then let's hit save. And that'll automatically give us what we're kind of looking for, which works out perfectly fine. Hey, Ground Affected, dude! How you doing, man? How goes it? Alright, I'm off to try to fix my M2 with my Unity game. What's up, bro? Not much, dude. Not much, man. Ground Affected, I was actually going to be hitting you up this week to let you know that the testing phase of the printing for Chun-Li versus Vega is almost done. So, I know you're a busy guy, but I'm still in, like, I think I got like another week or two of just testing and making sure it works out the way I want it to. And then if you're interested in something like keep sending it to you so you can paint it. Let me know. Yeah, you forgot you had caps lock on. Nah, dude, don't even worry about it. I don't trip on that. Unless everything you type is in caps lock, then I'll be like, slow down, brother. All right. Yeah, they'll stock for sure. For sure, man. Yeah, I'll DM you later. So like I said, right now it's yeah, everything's just testing, but I know you're a busy guy. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of just select that for a second. I'm gonna pull that down just so I know it intersects a little bit. Oh, is that what I want? I don't know what I want. What do you want? I have no idea. Everyone was asking why I'm shouting. Yeah. Why are you yelling? I don't know. Later, people. Keep safe, and we'll have a good weekend. Yeah, you too, Hypercurved. Have a good weekend. Enjoy yourself. Have lots of wine. Enjoy yourself. All right. Let's go ahead and apply that thickness. And then from here, we're going to go ahead and make sure we keep groups, keep creases, and zero mesh it. There we go. And then, of course, we're going to go ahead and unwrap it. Yeah, I like the idea of screaming in chat. Yeah, dude. It's what? That's one way to get attention, right? Look at me! Everybody look at me! Oh, it's Friday! That means I should have some wine tonight, myself. Yeah, absolutely. You should enjoy yourself. Just a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and subdivide that a little bit. Cool. Let's go back to our noise. We'll do the same thing. Noise, open, pads, loop, loop. Did and done. Yeah, we got about another half hour. But like I said, guys, too, this is going to be the last week I stream for 6 hours on those days, just so I can get my projects taken care of. Since I have a good chunk of those happening now. Want to make sure that I get that done right. But they'll still be streaming. I'll just be streaming the 3 hours in the morning. As a warm-up. As a hangout session. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and clear that for a second. Alright, for his belt. What do I want to do for his belt? His belt is kind of cloth. Yeah, his belt's kind of clothy. Let's see here. What do we got? Let's actually drop this down. Yeah, let's drop this down a lot. Let's delete higher. Let's actually take our Z modeler brush. I'll just have to start earlier to fill in the gaps. Do it! Yes, you have to. Do it. I'll just come hang out with you as I work. Alright, we're going to go insert multi-edge loops. We're going to select this section right here. We're going to make sure it's a different poly group. Make sure that this is a different poly group. Gonna mask this. No, we're not gonna mask it. We're just gonna go ahead and actually extrude it in. What we're gonna do is extrude in just a teeny bit. And then we're gonna do that a few times. And then we're gonna go to insert. And we're gonna do some support edges. Just here on the edges. So it kind of rounds out a little bit. Realistically, though, I might actually be able to start earlier soon. Game company is looking for a publisher, so I might be without work from them for a little bit. More time for streaming and trying to figure out the printing side of things. Hell yeah. I mean, not hell yeah that you're going to be on like kind of work hiatus, but hell yeah that you're going to have some more time to do your thing. So now I'm going to go ahead and there we go. There we go. A little bit more of like an elastic style belt. It's also going to create a really nice seam line. Yeah, that's crazy though. You just let me know when you're streaming. I'll come over and I'll pull a ground affected and start screaming. Screaming in your streams. All right. Let's up the thickness a little bit. Boop. There we go. There we go. Perfect. And let's hit apply.
It's like worm.
Actually, we're gonna go up a little bit on this. Just a smidget. And then right up here too, like such. And then we'll kick that up. Screaming in my streams! There we go. Nice. Alright, I think we're getting ready for the pose, guys. I think we're getting ready for the pose. We also have to do the mask. We haven't really done anything with the mask yet. And we can do one of two things. We can either go hard surface mask, or we can do kind of a cloth vibe. I'm not quite sure exactly how I want to do it yet. I'm also not 100% happy with the arm guards at the moment, so I may want to come up with something a little bit different. Your kitty gets so loud! It absorbs, yeah. Brandy does the screaming for me. Yep, absolutely.
She's so cute.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead real quick, turn off all the color. I make sure I'm getting kind of that squish action. Pick me up. Nope, I'm done. Put me down. Hey, we're ignoring me. Yeah, that's a typical kitty for you, right? Typical kitty. Yeah, but we love them. And they fucking know it. They know it. And they pull that bullshit anyway. Alright. We're also going to take our standard brush and we're going to kind of give a little bit of some love here. This is also why you don't want to accept your detailing textures right away, because you want to be able to kind of work with it, add your like textures and stuff. Let's actually take the /3, and we're going to turn on a morph target for this. Just start adding some stitching. Go straight down. Or at least the ability to want to stitch. Let's go solo for a second. There we go. Push that down just a bit. Start adding all those nice little details. Our adorable little assholes, absolutely. That's how it works, man. That's how it works. I'm just using the standard brush at this point. This is just kind of a fabric. We'll end up adding a little bit more other textures, but for right now, this one we're actually going to go ahead and just start detailing just a little bit of what we think is going to look good. Get some wrinkles in there. I'm deep in lurk mode, dude. Busy painting. No worries, man. Ground effect to take it easy, brother. You good? I appreciate the lurk, my friend. That's usually what I end up doing, too. I end up just lurking with a bunch of people, and... But I appreciate it, man. I gotta peek over and see what you're working on. We gotta get a shout out for Ground Effect. If you guys have not seen Ground Affected, he's an amazing he's an amazing painter. Seriously, top notch shit. You guys gotta check it out. I'm also here lurking but finishing. Nice, man, nice. I love that you guys like to work with me. That's actually really cool. I dig that. I'm glad you guys are working. Wanna see all your shit? I'm also just doing quick little, like, down and dirty wrinkles. I'm not really trying real hard to get anything more than just the base wrinkles down, because then we're still gonna pose them. I like to run productive streams on Twitch while working. Nice. Yeah, I love running people's streams. Anything that motivates. So. Okay, we're also gonna kind of mark where his knee should be, which would be right about this area. And again, the cool part with having that noise applied, but without actually applying it, is that we get all this really cool, fun texture to just kind of manipulate however we see fit. It's good background. Thanks mostly. Updating Insta. Haven't streamed much lately. It slows my painting down. Oh, for sure, dude. For sure, yeah. That's actually why I'm going to be cutting down my streams a little bit as far as time goes, just because I have a memorial piece to be doing, and I want to focus my all on that since it's going to be pretty big piece. So I'll still be running a like a personal, like, fun little project. Maybe we'll do Scorpion next. But yeah, streams kind of slow things down a little bit. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's why I started getting into Twitch in the first place. Always saying I like hanging out with other artists in their streams while I work on my NDA stuff. And then I stream my own personal work. Exactly. It's been like 10 times more productive since I started doing this in a couple months ago. Yeah. No, it's definitely helps push and motivate. Some projects I just let like, we gotta push. Alright. Let's give him some knees, because I don't really have a whole lot. I was kind of just standing there. There we go. Oh, how much time? Oh, is the battle ready? Crap, I totally forgot, guys. Sorry. Especially when I'm in the office yourself. It gets weird not hearing my colleagues. Yeah, I bet. Alright, Stream Raiders time. Sorry, guys. I've been lagging a bit. I've been so into this project, actually. I'll be honest. This project has been very cool. That mask in the movie is really cool. I think for MK1, he's kind of more of a cloth mask. I think we're just gonna do the cloth one. I don't know yet. No, I think we'll do hard surface. We'll do hard surface. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. No, I kind of like the cloth too. But hard surface is good. I'm so fucking poor. Been using YouTube and Netflix as background noise while I work for years, but Twitch is so much better for me. I seem to get more done when I can actually be social. Right? Yeah. Woohoo! Guys, come on. There you go. Ooh, final tier, level 33. Continue map? Yeah, let's finish it. Fuck it, let's finish it. I'm gonna go down here. Yeah, I'm gonna ready him now. Perfect. There we go. All right. Okay, now we're gonna give him a hard surface mask. That's what we're gonna do. And let's figure that out, because I think whatever I end up doing with this mask, I'm gonna want to do to his arm guards the rest of the way. I'm not digging the noise at the moment with said with the arms. So let's delete that. Yeah, it looks a little, ugh. You know, it doesn't really fit the rest of it. That's kind of where I'm torn right now, so. And I think also what I want to do, I want to duplicate, let's see, let's get his foot in there for a second. Yeah, let's pull this out a bit. Go, kind of give that a little bit more. I'm gonna pull this down. We'll end up giving him the rest of his shoe. You know, kind of needs his shoe. Let's put that down more there. Go. That down, push that in. So that'll be one piece like that. Let's actually go ahead and take this guy. I do like that noise, that's totally fine. We're gonna go ahead and duplicate that. Let's solo this out. Let's take this all the way down. Let's delete higher. Let's go to the noise. We're gonna delete the noise. We're gonna go to, not clip curve, but slice curve. And we're gonna slice see here real quick. Let's actually flatten this a little bit. We're gonna slice here and slice here. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let's come in. Let's actually grab this edge right here. We're gonna go to crease. We're gonna crease these edges here. Select this. Let's delete hidden. We're gonna go ahead and close holes. So we have a top and a bottom. And then we're gonna go ahead and keep creases, keep groups. Target this at 2, Z remesh it. So we get a little bit more of a kind of a flatter surface. Now let's take the select rec. Let's actually take this top one right here. Let's delete hidden. So I know we did all that work just for this flat surface, but now we can manipulate this flat surface. Turn double on. Bring this down. I just selected a weird bit. We can kind of scale this where we want. Plus, I've been meeting so many cool people and hanging out with other artists, which I haven't gotten to do in way too long. Yes, I love hanging out with you guys. I just love hanging out with people. And yeah, it's been way too long, so Twitch is definitely super helpful that way, you know? All right. Let's get this as close to the foot as possible. Right? So it's flat enough. Something like that. Let's turn double off. Actually, no, let's turn double on. Let's go ahead and hit extrude one more time. Let's do 0.5. There we go. Now we're going to hit the Z modeler. Extrude all. Let normals. And do that a couple times. So something like that. Now we're going to take this foot, use the move brush. Start moving. We're going to get that sandal effect. Let's fix his foot the rest of the way. His foot's a little wonky, so we'll get that fixed. Let's actually plug that in. Push that back up a little bit. There we go. Select. There we go. There we go. There we go. There. Now he has a little bit better of a correct foot. Let's actually take the standard brush, kind of define this ankle area. Go. Just kind of wrapped around that way a bit. There we go. And that just got a little bit broken, so let's move that over. Like such. Like I said, we'll end up posing him, so all that detail is going to be manipulated, so... Yeah. Like that's coming together. Got to put the color back on. So let's get this blue right here. Let's grab this. Let's grab the paint. Fill that. And then right here, we'll go ahead and get this black here. Fill that. Actually, no, let's kind of fill that with a little bit more like a darker brown. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There, much more beautiful. I need to fix his bicep a little bit. He's noticing a little bit funkiness happening here. There we go. All right. So we're almost done for the day, guys. Hopefully you guys are having fun. Like I said, starting next week, it'll just be a lighter schedule. Just so I can get my work done. Start detailing some of this muscle here real quick. I really hit these. There we go. Really punch those up. Oh, yeah, I'm loving that. Yeah, this is coming around pretty cool. feel like he's gotten just a little bit more lifelike, which is nice. I'm thinking we need a little bit of straps on here. So let me see something. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Let's go to surface. Let's delete that texture. Let's actually drop subdivision. Let's actually pick this one and this one. Delete hidden. Let's go up to stroke. Let's go up to not curve, but curve functions. We're actually going to go ahead and border the, just frame the border like such. Then we're going to take a curve brush. And I think I want, where are we? Curve strap. Yeah, that's what I want. Let's go ahead and see something. Well, I'm out for the day. I'm really tired. However, I wish you all an amazing weekend and see everybody on Tuesday. Martin, take it easy, buddy. Enjoy yourself. Get some rest. Enjoy your weekend, my friend. See you, buddy. I keep wanting to touch the sort of quilted pattern. Yay! That's good, right? Gonna go ahead and let's see here. Do the same thing. Stroke. Frame. Do this a few times. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and select this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. There we go. I have a question. Are you going to print this one out? Yes, I am, Faye 2. Yes, I am. Everything I make is pretty much always and forever going to be printed. Primarily, that's just because of what I do. Yeah, I can't help myself. I'm a toy maker. I like to make statues. It's what I got. It's what I can give to the world. And usually, my personal projects, when I do something like this, I usually put them up on Patreon for anybody who wants to support. Sometimes I'll throw stuff up on my mini factory, just if I don't really care about it. It all depends, but yeah. I pretty much, every project I do, I pretty much print. Alright, we're going to go ahead and select this section here. I'm actually going to go ahead and isolate that one. Delete hidden, close holes. And that way it's not weird geometry kind of floating in there. There we go. Yeah, it's perfect. Now I'm going to go ahead and kind of push that back in there. Let's select this. Let's select the proper color. And let's fill that color. Oops. Let's fill it with actually 100%, not like, partial percent. Now what we're going to do for this is we're actually going to take our Z modeler brush. We're going to go to Insert, Multi-Edge Loops. And we're going to tap in all of these just like such. Then I'm going to go ahead, come here, grab this one, and I'm going to extrude all of those polygroups to the exact same thickness, like such. So you get straps like that are a little bit thicker and a little bit more meaningful. We'll add some stitching and stuff to these threads as well. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of push this in there like such. Yep, so now that crosses over. So just layering all of these different textures and such. Oh, the other thing we have to do, let's come here to this neck piece. Let's push this neck piece in a little bit. Cool. Okay. Let's come here for a second. We are projecting. We don't need to do that. Let's go here, unwrap. Non-symmetrical. So we get some UVs. Sub-Zero's getting sick. Ah, thanks, man. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it's coming out. I'm also pretty excited with how fast it's coming together. Okay, what we're also going to do here is we're going to uncrease everything. Let's go to geometry, uncrease all. Ooh, maybe not, actually. It didn't do what I wanted it to do, which is fine, actually. A tight wrap works out well. There we go. Now that looks appropriate the way it's supposed to be. Very cool. Let's go ahead and add a seam here. So we're going to go ahead and increase that. Same thing here. Increase that. All caps are back! Yeah! Welcome, caps. Welcome. Alright, and here we go. We're going to go ahead and do our seam. Punch that bad boy in. Gotta love seams. They're important. Stream screams! Oh, yeah. That's not really center, is it? Okay. I want that right in there, like such. Bloop. There we go. There, now we got some seams in the cloth, which is important. Might add some stitching on it. I don't know. Like, we might do something really, really cool with that. Just to make sure that the seams kind of look like they line up. Actually, let's grab this one. Such. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Had a coworker who wrote emails in all caps to our department director on purpose. Oh, that's annoying as fuck. Do you guys hear me? I hear you. Needs pockets to keep his hands straight and warm. Jeez, if this was Marvel. Hundreds of pouches. Yeah, right? No shit. If it was Marvel, it'd be pouches everywhere. I love it. It's like shouting all the time. Don't forget the fly zipper. Ah, he don't need no zipper. He's covered up there, man. He just whips that shit out. Actually, if you've ever taken any martial arts, there are no zippers. There are no flies. I can't hear you. Hey, what's up, pig? Yeah. Martial artists don't have to pee ever. They don't have to shit either. In the middle of a fight, they just get punched in the stomach and they go with it. It's Mortal Kombat. What? I can't hear you. The birds don't seem like they do well in a fight. Yeah, probably not. Nope. You can't have that shit flopping out. It's just not working. Hands are just extra absorbent. God damn. Absolutely. All right, guys. I would say how many more minutes? We got 8 more minutes, and then the stream will be over with today. Bloop, bloop. There we go. Yeah. Ooh, that's awesome. All right. Oh. Okay, let's see here real quick. We're going to probably start getting ready to... I'm not... If you guys noticed, I haven't touched his hands at all. And that's because I don't like detailing hands just to pose them. I think that ends up kind of doing a disservice to the hand. I like to pose my hands and then I like to do the final details. I feel like you get a little bit more lifelike, so... Sub-Zero was a visionary. He was wearing a mask before all of us. Fucking new, man. Fucking new. Yeah, everybody looks like a Mortal Kombat character now, don't they? Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty... Alright, let's real quickly... I kind of want to sketch out... something with his mask here. Okay. I almost want to wait for his mask till next week just because of how much shit we can do with the new Zbrush, but I digress. What we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and up the resolution to a good chunk. Let's actually put that right in the middle. You know what he reminds me of right now, actually? Looking at him reminds me a lot of oh shit, Ninja Gaiden. Let's go to thick skin. Let's turn thick skin on. There we go. Let's get the standard brush. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Let's go bigger than that. It's too much. Okay. Yeah, right? The next update is going to be insane. I know, it's crazy. Welcome back, Dolan. I almost am like, why am I even going to start this? Okay, H polish, just real quick, just let's actually put this bad boy on. Okay, back to thick skin. Welcome back, welcome back. No, not there. Let's go here. Hey, who rated me? Who rated me? Oh, blurdy blah. Hello. I'm actually going to be leaving here. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Blurdy blah. Shout out to blurdy blah. Hello, hello. No, I know. Yeah, I've been streaming for like ever, 6 hours a day. But yes, peace. Yes, Blurdy Blah, shout out. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. We'll stay a few minutes extra. We'll stay like a couple more minutes. Yeah. But seriously, tell me what you were doing. Tell me what was happening. Tell me about you. I want to know. Oh, yeah, that's all right. All right, I'm already getting a little happier with that. Raid! Here, this is what we were working on, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Getting ready to pose this bad boy. Sub-Zero wins. Blocking out a sculpt, fairly early days. Nice, nice, nice. Do you have anything to show? I would love to see it. Yeah, this is my own like personal take on the very first Sub-Zero MK1, MK2 back in the day. I saw the new trailer and got super excited, so we had to sculpt our own little take on the character. Not yet, too soon. Okay, fair enough. But everybody go check out Blur Blah. Am I saying that right? Blur Blah. Because yeah, that's awesome. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do? Sure. Here, hold on. I'm gonna go give you a follow right now. Love to check out your stuff. All right. Beautiful. I will go and check out your stuff. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. We got Stream Raiders going in a couple minutes. And then, who should we raid? Who is... Let's go back. No problem. No problem at all. Who should we raid? Ooh, we have Kana, Sinfire, Wandering, Living Vertex. Ooh, you know what? No, we're going to raid Living Vertex. I'm going to tell you that, guys, right now. Because Living Vertex is a super talented artist. You guys would love. So, that's who we're going to end up raiding. Whoop. But first, kind of see what we're going on here. All right. Trying to kind of work out the mask details a little bit. Just kind of getting my own little vibe on it all. What software do you typically use? Here, let's... Yeah, that looks better. Oh, look at that. You got that rush symbol. Rush. All right, let's turn on lazy mouse. Back face. Here we go. There we go. I think we'll do some like fun little undercuts. There we go, like such. Blender mostly, sometimes Substance for texturing. Nice, very cool. Have you checked out the new Marmoset 4 for texturing? That's a program that I'm like super happy. Super happy with. Surprised how well their texturing has gotten. Okay, let's turn off thick skin real quick to actually apply our changes. Yeah. Sniggles, what's happening? Okay, that's just too high of a lazy mouse. Let's dial that back down. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and finish up this little bit of love right here. This mask. Yeah. We'll end up having to paint it too, but I think... end up doing something a little cool right here. This guy. Not yet. Will do though. Like to keep my options open. Absolutely. Do you just use ZBrush? I use ZBrush primarily for the majority of my sculpting. Yes. I have used Blender before, but I prefer ZBrush. Just something I'm more comfortable with. But I also use Marmoset, 3D Coat. I've used Maya a little bit. Yeah, Yep, that's about it. Substance sometimes too. Just depends on the project. Primarily, I make everything for statue or toys, so I don't actually need to worry about too much of the retopology. So a lot of times, I just stick with what works, and Zbrush works for me, which is, yeah, which I just love. I also just love the program. I think it's a great program. Plus, it's one of those things. It's like I spent so much money getting it, so I'm going to get all my money out of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I can understand that nice now. But yep. I've tried Blender sculpting before too. I don't dislike it. I think it's pretty cool, but because it was one of those things where it's like I have ZBrush, so I just stick with it, yeah. Alright. Guys, I think that's gonna be it for today. This is where we got so far. So we got the skull mostly blocked out with the spinal column, and then we really just started getting into basic major textures and details with them. Now we're gonna have to start getting into posing, micro details, and getting it 3D print ready. So we'll finish all of that up next week. Thank you again so much for the raids. I appreciate it. The follows. I'm really just blown away. So guys, thank you so much. We're gonna go raid Living Vertex, but first, you know what time it is. Stream Raiders. Let's do it. Oh fuck. An error has occurred. Let's try that again. Wow, how anticlimactic was that? Okay, well, we'll end up restarting it, and then let's see it. Let's the event ended. God damn it. Classic stream raid. Thank you for the streaming and take care. Thanks so much, Alex. I appreciate it. All right, you know what? Let me restart this. We'll fix all of that. Let's do the raid first. So again, thank you guys so much, and I'll check out all of you later. Have a good weekend. Be safe. And if you're not a part of my Discord but want to hang out with a bunch of really cool artists and pick my brain, or just share your work, or just a place to come and hang out, check out my Discord. Lots of talented artists there who just love to communicate with others. We cover everything from Blender, ZBrush, Substance Painter, 3D printing, what kind of beer you drink, if you like tea, etc., etc. Yeah, come join, come hang out. We'd love to see you in there. Anyway, guys, that is it. Let's go for the raid. Blah, 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 blah. Anytime. Thank you for the stream. Appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. Bye, guys. Bye.